What's good, San Diego? Welcome in on this Thursday afternoon. Tony Gwynn Jr., Chris Matt Skraby. In different parts of the United States. I'm here in Denver. They are there in lovely San Diego. And we get you guys for 3 hours today. Roundtable will follow our show. Then we'll be followed by the Skraby Chronicles. And we commence to talk about the Padres. I assume Padres lose 2 of 3 in New York, 3 minus 1 inning, 3 really well-played baseball games, especially last night. It was a classic pitcher's duel. And unfortunately, in the end, the Yankees out-executed the Padres in the extra inning frame, and Padres lose a tough one. But there was at least one positive if we are counting on one from a loss, and that was Dylan Cease's performance. That was his best pitching performance of the year. He put it all together. And overall, you know, Padres handled Mr. Judge there as well as you possibly could. He had the 1 homer, which was the 1 hit he had in the series. Outside of that, they did a fantastic job of really pitching throughout that series. As I said, the 7th inning, was it 8th or 7th? 7th?
7th, yeah.
7th on game 2 with Mordijon and Peralta got away. But outside of that, very well played series, 2 really good teams. Just at least while I was in New York, discussions of, see you in October, wink, wink, because both of those teams put on a pretty good show there, even though the weather was quite crappy.
Yeah, but they got through all 3 games, right? Instead of you still having to be there and playing a doubleheader today, you were able to get out of there and get into Denver. Yeah, it's interesting, Tony. They handled Aaron Judge well. Unfortunately, they couldn't handle Trent Grisham.
Nobody has this year, apparently.
I mean, he's got look. The guy has a 1,016 OPS. It's Trent Grisham we're talking about with 10 home runs. He's honestly,
By the way, there's only 2 other guys like that. Their names are Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, right. I mean, if the All-Star game was tomorrow, Trent Grisham would be starting in center field. So the Padres wonder, where that Trent Grisham was. The Yankees didn't have anywhere close to that last year. But yeah, Trent Grisham's found something. And, I thought, Jason Adam, got the ball probably in the inner half where he didn't want it, but it was a changeup. And apparently, before that at bat, Grisham had not yet hit a changeup the whole season. Everything had been fastballs. So, scouting report was right. The execution didn't quite work out. You're absolutely right about Dylan Cease. Tony, he not only had 9 strikeouts, which was easily his season high, but he was doing it with swing and misses. Right? They couldn't find that slider. It was disappearing on them. And when he was facing Bellinger there in the 7th inning with that 1-0 lead, I think he got the 0-2 count or maybe 1-2. And, I thought, I don't know, a lot of times I think along with pitchers and what I would think and what's working. And I thought he can go one of 2 ways here. He can either go with that disappearing slider and strike him out there, or he can, buzz him with a little high heat and hope that, he gets it past him. So I think Bellinger guessed. I really do. I think Bellinger guessed for the high fastball, and he got it. And I mean, that ball was above the zone, and give him credit. He put a hell of a swing on it and tied the game. But yeah, overall, Dylan Cease was great, and that is a great thing going forward. And, the question that everybody's asking, I'll tell you what it is, Tony.
What's the question?
Yeah, and you're not going to be surprised by this. Now that the Padres have lost again in extra innings, should baseball think about changing the extra inning rules? Because it's too favorable, apparently, to the home team now. And of course, this is an overreaction. The Padres are 0-2 in extra innings.
Is that a real thing? Seen that?
No, we're asking. The fans here are asking. They want to change because they don't think it's fair.
No, that's what I'm saying. Our fans are asking that?
Of course,
right now?
yeah, of course, yes. Because the Padres didn't score in the top of the 10th inning. And, of course, apparently Mike Schilt didn't manage that very well. Although all he got was Fernando Tatis Jr., Manny Machado, and Xander Bogaerts, all with chances to come through big time. And in this case, they all struck out. So that's baseball for you. And then the bottom of the 10th inning is like, well, it's unfair. Now that the Padres didn't score, the Yankees know they can sacrifice the runner over, and it's easy to score the run. Look, that's the rules. The ghost runner is there. Some people are thinking maybe we should wait, a couple of innings, let him play a couple of extra innings, and then put the ghost runner out there. I am in not favor of any of that. Go play it like they're playing it right now, and just start executing better than the other team, or come up with a big hit. And last night it didn't happen. It's okay. Padres, I think, are fine, and they should come home 7-2 after this road trip. And I know people don't like, to assume 3 victories, but Skraby and I are so intent right now on scouting the Rockies that we actually have their game on both of our television screens, which is overkill if I've ever heard of it.
We got to change one of them.
We definitely got to change this, and they're getting blasted again, 10-1 today. In the first, they play a doubleheader, so they're going to, use up all their bullpen. This is a historically bad Rocky team. They have a winning percentage right now of 167. Can compare that to last year's White Sox, who were awful, yet their percentage was 253, which is almost 100 points higher than the Rockies are doing. So if you go in there and you play any kind of decent baseball, you're going to be fine. That's my thing.
Yeah, that was also the case when they played them the first time, and everybody was all
right.
Oh, the Rockies are coming to town, and all of a sudden, because the Padres swept them, everybody feels a little different. It's still the same thing. You got to go out, you got to play well, as they did when they played them here in San Diego. And anytime you come to Denver, it's Denver. It's Denver. It's high altitude, it's all of that. And so I based off of the way they played the last 3 games, I don't think there's any reason to worry that they're not going to come out and play well, but you never know. You never know.
That's why you got to go out and play. The Rockies just had a home stand.
9 innings of baseball.
Yeah, they had a home stand against the Braves and Reds prior to this series with Detroit. And in order, they scored 2 runs, 2 runs, 3 runs, 1 run, 4 runs. That's at Coors Field. So, this team is a mess, and they can't score, and we know their pitching isn't going to hold anybody under 4 runs. So I'm kind of chalking up a three sweep here. But look, let's go back to last night. What
Everybody note this is Chris keeping.
Yes, I know, putting Chris, the jinx on.
You guys, this is him. It's not me.
I'm putting the jinx on. Putting the jinx on. So what do you think about the extra innings? I mean, was there anything you would do differently? Because there isn't anything I would do differently. It just didn't work last night.
No.
Right?
I wouldn't do anything different. They put themselves with a runner on third, less than 2 outs.
Yeah.
Opportunity to get him in. And, tip your cap to Devin Williams, a dude that has been struggling. He struggled the first night. The Padres capitalized. He was better. His fastball played. His changeup was nasty. He got Manny on it. He got Toddy on it. And sometimes it's hey, listen, I know Devin Williams has struggled, but he's still an elite closer in the game. He's just not pitching well right now. So
he's got
it shouldn't be that much of a surprise. Right. It shouldn't be that much of a surprise that on that particular night he was able to get it done. You watched him not get it done the first night. Second night, he came out, which was the last game of the series. He got it done, and you tip your cap. Padres put themselves in position to take the lead, just as you saw the Yankees do in their half, but they executed it a little bit better.
Yeah, Skara got the fly ball that they needed, and I thought that, again, I think he was thinking along with Estrada out there and Diaz, who was in behind the plate. Are you going to throw a splitter with the winning run on third base? And I think Escara, being a catcher himself for the Yankees, felt, no, I don't think they'll risk that. They probably will go fastball. And I think he had enough to, get that ball to the outfield. Normally, Estrada can blow that by a, pinch hitting, kind of weak hitting catcher. But I think Escara did a good job of kind of thinking through the whole situation. And, he got the fastball. He swung late, but, he hit enough of it. So
your job is not to go up there thinking about the split. Your job in that case is to look for something up. And so whether he has a split or not is not the pitch that you're looking to hit anyway. You're looking to try to get something up in the zone. But that doesn't then mean that Jeremiah Estrada can't pitch up in the zone. I mean, you're trying to get an out there. And if you can get a weak fly ball in the infield, you're certainly gonna take that at that point. He just listen. They just did it better than the Padres did. It's that simple.
Well, the other thing that is floating around is that our bullpen is tapped, and that's 2 games in a row. I know, I'm joking. It's obviously that isn't floating around. I mean, look, if our fans start thinking that our bullpen is terrible, then you fans really have more issues than I thought you did. Look, they went 34 games, Tony, without losing a lead in the late innings with their bullpen. I'll take that. If we go another 34, that'll be pretty good for as far as I'm concerned. And, so look, Morejon did not get the ball where he wanted it to. Wandy Peralta, certainly, who likes to give up ground balls, was giving up line drives. And, that got away quick. I mean, that was like a blink of an eye. That was about as fast of a 10-run rally as you'll ever see. And Jason Adam is not infallible. I was talking to people. The fact that the Padres lost these last 2 games, in the 8th and 9th or whatever innings, kind of it underscores how incredibly good they were for the first 2 months of the season in making it seem automatic. You and I know it's never automatic, but they were so good they made it look that way. This is a reminder, it's never automatic.
I don't know that conversation even needs to be that. The Yankees are actually a good team. I don't know if people know this. They have one of the more prolific offenses in baseball. So like this idea that, they came out of nowhere and got these runs off the Padres. No, this is kind of what they've been doing all season long. They just haven't done it as consistently. And but yeah, the Yankees are a good team. They were in the World Series just last year. I don't know if people forgot about that, but that's a good team. That's why all 3 of those games were basically national games. They had one on Friday, they had one on Saturday, they had one yesterday. Why is that? Because those teams are good.
I enjoyed the games. I didn't enjoy the outcome the last 2 nights, but it was fun to watch these guys. So let's go and see let's go see a bad team.
Yeah, this team we're about to play certainly fits the description. Let's get to break. On the other side, we start to break down this Padre Rocky series on the other side. More help could be coming. Gwynn and Chris on the other side.
Colorado. Chris, hello. Matt Skraby, Odyssey Palace, San Diego. We do have 3 hours for you today ahead of our commercial-free Padre Roundtable coming up at 5 o'clock today, followed by the Skraby Chronicles 6 to 7. Padres will start a series tomorrow with Colorado. Padres will begin play with the very excellent record of 23-13. That is currently tied with the Tigers. The Tigers have come alive. Second best in baseball. Tigers are going to actually move past that here in just a little bit. They're leading 10-1 over said Rockies in the 9th inning. And talk a little bit about just to underscore what the Padres are up against this weekend. The the Orioles have the second worst run differential in baseball. They're minus 69. That pales to the Rockies, who are minus 100. So, they're the worst team in baseball by a lot. Here are the three pitchers that the Padres are going to face this weekend. Tomorrow, it's Senzatella, 1-5 with a 5.50, and the worst whip of any starter in baseball, 1.86. Saturday, young Bradley Blaylock, 0-1, 8.03. And Sunday, the veteran German Marquez, 0-6, 9.90. That's what you're up against. Like I said,
who's the first one?
Senzatella tomorrow night, 1-5,
Senzatella.
1-5, 5.50.
I feel like he's had good success against the Padres.
Well, so has Marquez. So has Marquez. But the first time he pitched against them, I think the final was 8-0. So, look, anything can happen, and I understand everybody's going to be, worried about it. Rockies will find a little lightning in the bottle. This is a team basically of young AAA players, the Rockies, with a couple of decent ball players. One is Ezekiel Tovar, who's not playing. He's hurt. And the other is Brenton Doyle, their Gold Glove winning center fielder, who's hitting .226 and is coming off an injury. Everybody else is maybe a 4A type player would be the best way to describe these guys. And so, sure, they can connect once in a while. Michael Tolia has hit a couple home runs. Jordan Beck, their left fielder, hit a couple of home runs. Hunter Goodman, their catcher. Though we saw what an excellent defensive catcher he is in the series here. So
you left off my man McMahon.
And Ryan McMahon, the old veteran, he just
old veteran.
Well, he is, and he doesn't belong there anymore. They really ought to get rid of him. But he just recently finished up an 0-for-35 slump, which broke the Rockies' all-time record. I'm just saying, it's that kind of season for them. So, but look, Bud Black is not the first manager fired, Tony. That honor goes to Derek Shelton of the Pittsburgh Pirates, who was let go today after the Pirates begin the season 12-26. I love the general manager's quotes. I know there isn't much more he can say. Ben Cherington is his name in Pittsburgh, the GM, and said Ben, Derek worked incredibly hard and sacrificed a lot over his time here. He's incredibly smart. He's curious. He's driven. I believe he was the right person for the job when he was hired, but I believe that a change is now necessary. Nowhere in Ben Cherington's
blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, thank you, Skraby. Nowhere.
I just hate these things so much.
No, me too.
We're going to fire you and make you the scapegoat.
I know, make you out to be the greatest.
But you're a curious guy, Derek Shelton.
He said, I love that he took the tack of being, unique in saying that I think he was the right man for the job at the time.
Yes, I wasn't an idiot 5 years ago when I hired him. But, now he's no good. And there's no mention, of course, anywhere about the fact that, Joe Musgrove, Josh Bell, Talion, Garrett, on and on and on and on and on it goes with Pirates that have gotten away from that organization under Ben Cherington's watch. So,
how about you get my man some help? Why don't you get him some players?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You know who they signed us? Go ahead, Tony. Sorry.
You signed McCutchen, which was great. I think that's a great.
That was
type
something.
of signing.
Yeah, but Tommy Pham and Adam Frazier were not going to put you over the top. So
listen, they weren't, but that you can have those guys. You still need more, though. You know what I'm saying? Like those guys didn't cost you anything, so that's not what we're talking about here.
Yeah,
we're talking about going out and not having a plan, like not trading your best players away. I mean, just think of these guys that they've had in their organization. Garrett Cole has been in their organization. What's my man for the Dodgers? The pitcher. Glass now started out a Pirate.
Yeah,
Joe Musgrove.
Yes. Yeah, we mentioned.
Oh, he didn't start a Pirate.
He didn't start out, but he was there for a while. They've had guys, and at least pitching, but at the very least, they've had. You can't say that they haven't had it, and they have elected to move it for whatever reasons. They are one of the teams notoriously in trouble for not spending any money, and they are a little bit like Oakland from the standpoint of there's a lot of tradition in Pittsburgh. Like those teams have won in the past. Like they have players that they could be celebrating or they should be at least having a richer history, but they choose to go about it this way like all the time. And I don't think the people in Pittsburgh like deserve that at all. No. They are kind of like Denver. They come out and they watch this team, no matter what, they come out and support. But, I think they've kind of reached the same point that fans in Denver have. Like, enough is enough. We're not going to keep spending money to come out here. Even when Skeens pitched, we went and watched the Skeens pitch. It was probably the best day in terms of weather of the entire time we were in Pittsburgh. That place was like half full.
If you can't sell tickets when Skeens is pitching, then you just can't sell tickets.
Can you blame them?
But why would you go out? I mean, other than to maybe
I gotta
get
tell
a glimpse
you,
of it.
On the way out, the bus driver was just, talking my ear off about.
I'm sure you loved it.
And I went out off the bus to call my wife. She wasn't answering, so I was kind of just hanging out there waiting for her to call back. And my man, I don't know if I had the kind of face that just said, "Hey, come put it on me in terms of your problems as a Pittsburgh Pirate fan," but he laid it all on me, man. He was going off it was a good. I must have been out there for a good 10 minutes before I had to come up with a reason to kind of go back onto the bus.
Like I have to go.
Yeah. But my point is, the people who live out there are very unhappy with the ownership. I think he started the conversation. Do you think this will get any better? And I had to shot him straight. I was like, not until you got to get a different owner.
Yeah. I don't think this is on Derek Shelton, who by all rights was a pretty good manager. Like he's, the first couple of years, he kind of had the Pirates playing a little bit.
He did.
But, you can only do so much, just like Bud Black. I mean, I don't know what they're going to do in Colorado. Hope they don't fire Bud. But what's he supposed to do? He goes out to replace his starting pitcher who lasts 2 innings and gives up 8 runs. And then he looks out in the bullpen and there's nobody to bring in anyway.
Dick might be the only owner that really doesn't care.
Hopefully he doesn't.
I'm not going to fire him because it doesn't really matter at this point.
No. Anyway.
I'm going to keep spending what I'm spending, and this is where we're going to be. I'm going to keep thumbing my nose up at the people who are spending money to actually make their teams better, popping off about them.
Yeah, and my own, like you said, my own fans who continue to come to the ballpark enough to make it okay for me to be terrible. Yeah, make it worth my while. Because I really, Skraby you didn't get a chance to bring this up. We talked about it on the roundtable today. I don't think they addressed you on this topic. Or
you guys you guys had all the angles.
No, but you had a good angle, which you didn't get to, which was the Rockies are not going to get better until the fans in Denver say they've had enough and completely shut it down, until the ownership says, well, we have to do something. That's what I look at it.
The fastest way for change is to take money out of a billionaire's pockets, and then he'll pay attention.
If he owns something that he's losing money on, guess what he's going to do? He's going to get rid of it.
Well,
then get rid of it.
That wouldn't be a bad thing.
No, but that's the point that Skraby's making. The best way to make a owner move is to stop showing up.
They're not going to do that, though.
Ryan McMahon just whiffed. Tony, just in honor of your presence in Denver. All right, we'll take a break.
I was just making a point.
I know. No, I love Ryan. No, he's not. You're right. Ryan McMahon's a legit big leaguer, but not this year. All right, we'll take a break. Bottom of the hour, we got a lot of good stuff today. The NBA playoffs keep rolling on. The Knicks are sticking it to the Celtics, and I think I don't have to ask Tony if he likes that. I know he does.
Oh, we have a good story in the 30-mile zone about Paul Pierce.
Paul Pierce
a really good story about him.
All right, that's coming up a little later, and we're going to do our Thursday soccer interview as the SDFC's coming off a big win. We'll have that a little later. So sit back, relax, enjoy Gwynn and Chris.
Gwynn and Chris on the Fan.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. You sound very low. We're having problems with Tony's unit right now.
Whoa! What?
Oh, sorry.
I mean, do you need to?
He can't hear us.
Oh, he couldn't hear you say that?
No.
Oh,
All right, hold on.
He'd be laughing heartily had he heard that slip up. Wait till I tell him what you said.
Now is it working?
You might actually need to dump that, Skraby.
No.
Is there music playing in the background? Like,
yes.
Okay, yeah, I can hear you guys. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, can you? I just turned the music off. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can still hear you guys now.
Did you hear how he introduced you or what he said? He
No,
said we're having
I
trouble
didn't.
with Tony's unit right now. I thought you
Is that why you told? Is that why you told him he might need to dump it?
Yes. That's
You know what
exactly what he said.
You know what? Also, I said on the round table, we were talking about our greatest athletic moments, and so I talked about the sack that I had in high school. And I said I had a really nice sack in high school, and everybody looks at me like, "What?
Like
A quarterback sack? Quarterback sack?"
Oh.
Scraby's always good for a couple of slip-ups during the round table.
That was yes.
Oh.
You know, that was one of the questions today, Tony, and what everybody had to go through their greatest athletic achievement or greatest athletic moment. Skraby chose that particular play in a high school game.
It's the only thing I got, Chris.
Only thing you came up with. Yeah. Well, I thought you maybe had a hole in one somewhere, but that's right. You
Greatest
don't have one.
athletic moment.
So people said, yeah, what would Tony say?
Yeah.
We had a couple of guesses,
Yep.
but I don't want to. What would you come up with if you had a minute to think of that? Or
I don't know, like greatest athletic moment. Like
yeah, like
we're
in a
talking
game.
about the moment. Like
yeah.
obviously, people think about the triple
Yes,
off
we
of
mentioned
Trevor,
that, of course.
but I did hit a half court
Oh!
shot.
Oh!
I got it.
Chris got it.
Yeah, I got
to
it.
win it.
Yeah,
My very last high school basketball
yeah, I
game
got
of
it. Yeah,
my life.
Chris
yeah, that's
said
what
that.
I guessed.
Chris
That's
said
what I
that.
guessed you'd go with.
I
so.
think I have to put that one at the
That's
top
got
for
to be.
me.
You're carried off the court.
Against our rival at that.
Yeah.
Against Ramsey Bernard. Yeah, I think that's
you're
I
carried
think
up to
that
carry
sits
the
at the
guy
top.
off the court, man. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. So,
Oh man.
I forgot to ask, gentlemen, where are we going right here?
well,
Like,
there's a few things we can go to, and I have a hard hitting topic I wanted to broach, and I don't know that you are aware of this or even have thought about it, but these are the kind of things that keep me up at night.
Yeah, Jesse actually mentioned this specific.
Did he actually mention
not
it?
what you were about to say, but he mentioned the uniforms the other day.
Okay, well, here's my question, Tony. Maybe you know, or maybe no one said a word about it, and it's just one of these things. I'm wondering what has happened to the visiting brown jerseys. The Padres, and I looked this up. I took the time to go back through and look at a photo from every game. They have worn their pinstripe alternate road jerseys 8 consecutive games now. The last time they wore the Browns was I think it was a Monday or Tuesday in Detroit, the first game of that series. They've only worn the brown jerseys 4 times all year. They've worn the other ones 14 times out of their road games. Has anybody said anything, or has this just happened and it's not a thing?
I think they're 1-3 in
They
those
are.
jerseys.
They're 1-3 in the brown, and they're 8-6 on the other ones. So
Yeah, and I think that has a lot to do with it.
Do you?
I know
Okay.
Vasquez. I think Vasquez tried to wear it twice. He had a
right. He's done it
he had a
twice.
good outing, and he had a really bad one.
Okay.
with it.
Yeah, Cease
so
has done
he
it
went-
once, and Pavetta's done it once. Those are the 4
Yeah,
games.
I think they all who won in it?
The one game they won was the 3-2 Sunday game in Houston. I
Okay.
believe Cease started, but he didn't pitch great. I think he went
didn't pitch
5
that
innings, and he didn't pitch great. Yeah,
I think that has a lot to do. I honestly think
Yeah,
that has a lot to
yeah.
do with it.
because
Because
the starting
Darv
pitcher
is-
decides, right?
yes, Darv is a guy that wears the brown
He likes the
pretty
brown.
consistently. I
Yeah.
think he likes it. I don't know that everybody else likes it, and you're not getting wins in it. And so it's been it gets put on the shelf.
Been put on hold. Yeah. It's just, these are things that, like I said, they keep me, get me up early to look it up. But yeah, because
that goes back, by the way, that goes back to if you go back, they don't wear the Browns very often. And I think, I don't think everybody likes them. I think that's one of the first things. But I also think they don't have the best record of the Browns.
Yeah. Well, I think to me it would be if I was, because the pitcher gets to decide. The starting pitcher does get to decide. That is not, from what I understand, it's not any other influence there. And if I was the pitcher, I don't know, but it would be whatever jersey I felt comfortable in. I wouldn't even be a question mark for me. Yep. And as soon as I picked out the one I liked, that's what I'd wear every time. I wouldn't mess with it.
I know they're all supposed to be made out of the same material, but there are certain uniforms that just they feel different.
Yeah. San Diego State, we had like 4 different uniforms, and it felt like maybe 2 of them I pitched great, and the other 2 I couldn't wait to get out of the game.
Did you pitch I like when I'm working out or playing golf, I like a bigger shirt so I have room.
Yeah.
Would you be like a quad XL shirt pitcher guy?
Yeah, I would look like Bartolo Colon out there.
The fashion in baseball is so funny. I was going through some of my old kind of tape.
Yeah.
And I can like completely see when I was overdoing a style like way too much. And then I can see how I matured as I got older and like didn't necessarily like it. Like my first year, the first year I had enough goal to be like, you know what? I want my sleeves an extra 2 inches long, or
really?
my pants.
You got that in depth with it.
I did. My sleeves would come past my elbow, and I'm looking at my jersey, and it says like, man, you look like a slouch right now. You don't. And then as I got older, you start to tighten it up a little bit. It's not as big, it's just a maturity thing, man.
Prince Fielder had one of the most baggy uniforms I think I've ever seen.
Listen, we were abused in minor leagues. We couldn't have any, like, our pants were like painted on. And so
you didn't get a choice, right? You got what they gave you.
You didn't get a choice.
Yeah, right.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, you didn't get a choice until you got to the 40-man roster. Once you got to the 40-man roster, you go to the big league side, right?
Oh,
this is the best part about it.
That's going to be a big deal.
You walk in, they got you, they measure you, you get your pants how you want it. Let's say you get sent down. You know what we did? We took those same big league pants, took them on down to minor league. Hey, seamstress will take the piping off, put the minor league stuff on there. We have our pants done.
Wow.
But you couldn't get there until you got to the 40-man. And so until then, you were stuck in these painters that you couldn't wear them long because they were the coach's cut, which means they stop it like your calf, or you had to wear them high. And they were so tight that I think when we got the chance to get our own pants, we just went buck wild.
I love that.
Well, here's the funny thing. No fan has ever thought of any of this, but it's the most important thing probably to a player other than their salary is how their uniform feels. It just is. It's a big thing.
No doubt.
So, this isn't, we're talking about something that may not mean a lot to everybody out there, but, believe it when the player.
If the uniform ain't right, you ain't playing good.
You're not going to play
just
right.
Bottom line.
That's so true. Line. If you told Fernando, and correct me if I'm wrong, but he's one of the ones that wears the long pants that go all the way down to the ground, right? Fernando?
No, his pants are pretty tight.
He's
I've looked
tapered.
or anything.
Okay, no.
He's tapered. He's got his pants tailored right at the ankle.
Right at the ankle. Thank you.
Manny's pants are baggy.
Okay, but
Manny's the remaining old school guy in the league right now.
That's what I was going to say. If somebody told Fernando, you got to wear your pants just over your knee like they used to, Fernando would be like, I can't play today. I'm out.
Yeah, and I guarantee you, if you told Manny, hey man, you gotta wear Toddy's, kind of cut today. Yeah. He'd be like, no shot.
Not playing.
I can't play like that.
Not playing. Yeah, it's interesting.
That is really funny.
But it's not funny to me.
It's like the time.
Makes perfect sense to me.
It's like the time they bought shirts for us to wear way back when, like 7 years ago, and they ordered me an XL when I'm not an XL. So every time I put it on, I just felt like I was a stuffed sausage.
This was no shot.
Yeah. No good. No good.
Sorry.
Here's another interesting note that actually has to do with the Padres and the race in the NL West. I've heard a lot of people, not this weekend, but after the Padres swept the Pirates, I've heard a lot of the well, are the Padres really that good? They haven't played a very good schedule. That whole thing, right? Okay,
Yeah.
Exactly. So I went to look this up and said, okay, well, let's see. Have they played a good schedule or not? Let's see what the facts, let's fact check this. And here's what I came up with. The Padres have played 36 games so far, 23 against winning records and 13 against losing teams. So, that's a pretty good schedule. And here's the comparison. The Dodgers, out of their 37 games, only 13 have been against winning teams, 24 against losing teams. So
they had the Marlins twice already, haven't they?
Yeah, they're completely flopped. The Dodgers' schedule has been, easy. The Padres has been much harder. Giants has been a little harder than the Padres even under those qualifications. But anyway, look, the Dodgers have, you're right, Tony, they played a very easy schedule. And I was looking at the Dodgers situation. I know they're unbeatable and, everybody's, not, seems like they've already ceded the division to the Dodgers and they're the greatest team ever. But you've got Max Muncy right now with 1 home run hitting 177. 43 strikeouts and 113 at-bats. That's almost 1 every 3 times up, or maybe more than 1 every 3. Michael Conforto is hitting 139. He's in an 0 for 30-something slump right now. He struck out 40 times and 108 at-bats. That's 40% of the time he's striking out. That's 2 of their starters in the offensive side. Teoscar Hernandez is now out basically indefinitely with this groin strain. They don't have any idea when he's going to be back. That's 1/3 of their lineup. Okay. Now you look at their pitching. We've already gone through, but everybody knows Blake Snell is out. We know that Glasnow is out. Sasaki finally got his first win. And then the bullpen is getting beaten up badly. Trinan's out. Kopech is out. And now Evan Phillips is out. I know that it says Dodgers across the front of their uniform, but that's a team that I think can be had right now, Tony. And I think you got to, dig in here and see if you can't make some hay while they're hurting a little bit.
This is why it was crazy for everybody to go into like depression mode when they're out signing all these people, because baseball is still baseball. Like over a course of 162 games, a lot of these guys' track record is going to reveal itself. And a lot of these guys have dealt with. Is that me? That's not me.
It's either you, either it's
the world
I
is
hope
going
it's
on.
Either they're look over your shoulder, Tony. There might be a tornado coming. I'm a little worried here.
Which, by the way, Chris is very proud of you for making your bed, because I have to tell Chris to make his bed when he does stuff. For
well, listen, don't give me any credit. I went downstairs to eat. I came back up to have already done my
that's
room.
Good for you.
So
that good. Okay.
That has nothing to do.
I
with
was
me.
going to say that looked like a made bed, not a made bed.
Dude, first of all, I'm claustrophobic. I would not have my stuff that tucked in. I would lose my mind being in those blankets.
Yeah.
What was I saying before the tornado almost crashed us?
Well, you're just
something
saying
about the Dodgers and people were freaking out.
Yeah. I mean, this is people. All of these guys who have been banged up, maybe with the exception of Teoscar, have had some form of injury. I don't want to say history, but times of the year where they are out, right? And so, this is part of the reason why the Dodgers signed as many guys as they did, because they have consistently had these type of issues at one point or another in the year. And so they have the money to go out and have extra guys, but they're all of them getting hurt right now. And so that's why it's so important for Padres just to keep doing what they're doing. They don't even need to worry about the Dodgers.
No,
just keep, especially since you don't play them until June anyway.
No
so why worry about them? Just go out and continue to keep putting the body of work that you've put together.
Yeah, the Dodgers finally play a series
Diamondbacks
in the division starting today. Yes, they're in Arizona for a 4-game series. The only team the Dodgers have played in the division so far is the Rockies. The Padres have played the Rockies and the quick 2-gamer against the Giants, but there have not been many matchups between the 4 teams yet. Tonight, you do get the Dodgers in Arizona for a 4-game set. So,
part of the other thing is, in terms of that argument that the Padres hadn't played anybody. I mean, they played the Astros, who are currently underneath 500, but that's a good ball club that they have there. They played the Rays. They played the Rays that came in there and whooped on the Padres. That's not a bad team. We saw them against us. We saw the Athletics, who are surprising. They were under 500 when the Padres played them earlier. And so, the schedule is a schedule. You don't get to make it, and that goes for the Dodgers too. They didn't make it so that they had an easier schedule at the beginning, but you got to go out and beat up who you beat up.
Skraby would have you believe that the Dodgers did have an impact on who they got
set
to play
that up.
early.
Huh?
Yeah.
I got you.
He's been complaining all week about. I can't believe they're playing the Marlins again. No.
They can't have the Dodgers start 500 through 40 games. They have to have them start 30 and 10.
Okay. Well, there you go, Tony.
I mean, I literally saw. I
So-
literally saw a fan of the Dodgers complaining that no one talks about Shohei Ohtani's great season so far, and I'm like, huh?
Well,
Every time he sneezes, it makes news.
I think MLB is highly aware that people were feeling some type of way during the postseason when they had that little pop-up doll popping up.
That
every time.
was too much.
Hold on.
That was too much.
This one?
But you can't. Yeah.
Wait a minute, I want to see it.
17 batters away.
That was so annoying. That was bad.
I think Major League Baseball is very aware that
people
that was
felt
rubbing people the wrong way, for sure.
That was too much.
At least they were reading the writing on the wall there.
Yeah.
But then they started putting up other players. It's like, no, you can't do this.
Yeah,
That
I thought
was
they
one of
might
the
do
best-
it. I did think they would at least do it for Aaron Judge, but they never did.
They did
So-
later.
That
did
was
they
one of the
finally?
best memes going when Ohtani was popping up in football games and different things. People had a good time with that one.
Yeah, it was like, Mom, when's dinner ready? And then it pops up with Shohei saying 30 minutes.
Yeah. And while we have a second, I want to bring up unless you got something, Tony, before we
No, go ahead.
I just want to bring up this crazy thing, and I brought it up a few times, but it's starting to bug me now. The fact that the Padres somehow have not hit a 3-run homer or a grand slam yet. We are now up to 175 at bats or plate appearances without the Padres having yet done that. And in Major League Baseball, there's been 172 3-run homers plus grand slams. So people are hitting them. I don't know how to couch this other than to say maybe it's impressive that we have the record we do without any of these big hits, because these win games, 3-run homers, grand slams and stuff. And the Padres are always known for being Slam Diego. And right now they're the only team in baseball that doesn't have a grand slam or a 3-run homer.
They were known for Slam Diego 1 year. I know
yeah,
it was
but
a
people
catchy thing.
Look, let me tell you something. When they hit their first grand slam this year, people are going, "Oh, Slam Diego."
Oh, I'm sure.
They're going to do it.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I don't think this is a thing. I mean, the Padres are winning games. They have, as you already noted, tied for the second best record in baseball. To be complaining about not having 3-run homer when you got 23 wins.
Yeah. But I look at it every time they get 2 men on. I'm like, all right, come on. This is the time.
We all know
I'll
Jackson's
be happy when they do
the
it.
one.
I'll be happy when it happens.
Yeah.
If it happens. It might not happen. They might win 100 games and still not hit a 3-run
Never
homer.
hit a 3-run homer.
That would be fine with me. If they win 100 games, I do not care.
No, it doesn't matter how they do it.
Not hit another 3-run homer all year.
That would be pretty crazy.
Frankie on the chat says, I heard Ohtani came in second place for Pope this morning.
He might have.
He might have.
I don't think he came in second, but I know he's 2 popes away.
Yes.
So. And by the way, Skraby, you should be poking fun at me today because at the Vatican, there was white smoke coming out the chimney.
The chimney. We're going to have to, you know what? I'm going to force that open in for the next rejoin because it makes sense.
They finally had some white smoke coming out of the chimney today.
Is it weird that it bothers me that they still do that?
What? The smoke?
Why does that bother you?
A little tradition.
We're
Never
not
hurt anybody.
in 1412 anymore.
Oh,
but they weren't just doing it in 1412. They've been doing it for a very long time. Why does that bother you?
I don't know. I asked the question because I knew kind of the answer. All right, I'm going to withdraw that from the show. Withdraw from the show.
Let's get to break.
Don't be bothered by chimneys.
We got a daily gambit coming your way. I'm in a very happy mood. I mean, kind of. And I'll explain it to you on the other side. one of my most hated teams is down 0-2, but there's a catch to it. And we'll get to it on the other side. More Gwynn and Chris.
did come out the chimney today. 267th Pope.
Wow, 200. Wow, that's a lot.
I didn't realize that many either. He's a Chicago guy. Robert
Chi-town.
Prevost. He's the first American pontiff. He'll be known as Leo the 14th. For all of you Pope fans out there.
Leo the 14th.
Yes, that is where things stand with the Pope search. It is now over. As we kick off hour number 2 of Gwynn and Chris, Crisello, Tony Gwynn Jr., and Matt Skraby here, Odyssey Palace Studios. Tony's in Denver. Last week, when he had a day off in Pittsburgh, he went out and saw Paul Skeens. Today,
he
even
himself and I, because no one else was there.
Right, he was the only one at the game. Well, you could have sat by yourself today at Coors Field if you wanted to, Tony. But
we talked about Scooble today because he's pitching one of these games. Well, we didn't know if he was going to pitch one of these games. I know it got canceled. He was scheduled to pitch today.
Yeah.
Then the doubleheader happened. Not sure if he's pitching one or the other, but we thought about it. But I got sick after we did the last 4 o'clock show up. 2 days later, I was feeling like crap.
Didn't want to risk it.
I just said, you know what? I'm just going to stay in the room.
I don't blame you. The Tigers just announced their second game starter. It'll be Kiter Montero. So you're not missing Scooble here. Tigers won the first game 10-2. If you're wondering, the Rockies continue to be historically bad. They are 6-30 now, as the Padres will come in to start this series tomorrow in Colorado. We have Kevin Egan, the host of MLS 360, which I've watched, and I kind of like them, racing around the MLS, and
it's kind of like quick pitch.
Yes, it's not. Look, I got to be honest, not the red zone because it's just soccer. There's not enough goals.
Nothing's the red zone.
No, nothing's the red zone. But it's a fun way to watch the MLS on a Saturday with all the games going. And SDFC had a big win last week, so we'll talk about that with him shortly. But right now, time for a little daily gambit, and we will refer to Tony's Celtics. Be sure.
Do you like money?
I think about money a lot.
Do you like money without doing anything?
Winning.
Do you want to make money while watching sports?
I think Washington is immortal luck.
Washington! Woohoo! If you answered yes, this is your segment. Just don't blame us when you lose.
Nothing is ever your fault.
It's your game. Take it.
Gwynn and Chris go through the top bets of the day in The Daily Gambit on 97.3 The Fan.
Daily Gambit is our daily sports betting segment here on Gwynn and Chris. Please, everybody, gamble responsibly. We got some very funny comments on the chat about the Pope right now. Frankie says, this just in, Packers and Vikings fans will no longer be allowed into heaven because he's a Chicago Bears guy, most likely. From Katrina, Chicago produced a Pope before a quarterback who could throw for 4,000 yards.
True.
And he's apparently a Cubs fan. So there you go. I think it is kind of interesting that we have a first American Pope.
That's pretty. That's very interesting.
If divine intervention is something, maybe the Cubs can get back to the World Series. Then we'll see.
They're sitting pretty in first.
Yeah,
sitting pretty in first place right now.
Yeah, they're not going to have any more better support than this in that area.
I mean, they are the Pope's team now.
There you go.
That's kind of cool if I'm the Cubs.
Okay.
All right. That's it. We don't have anything to review. So
no
Chris,
review, but we got to go over the Celtics blowing game 2 last night again, just as they did.
Let me tell
one.
you my conundrum
tell me
first before
what you got.
So one of Braden's really good friends, one of his aces, his name is Matt Perez. Show him some love on this thing. He's in a group chat with myself and a trainer of mine, and Jeff King, and so we kind of go back and forth. Typically, it's about Dallas. He's a Cowboy fan. Matt is a big Cowboy fan. And so we drill him up on that quite a bit. He tries to pop off, but he's not very good at trash talking. Like it's not his cup of tea. And so we kind of go back and forth. And so obviously he's been giving me a ton of noise about the Lakers and how they have collapsed. And he's also a Knicks fan. And so my conundrum is,
oh boy, so he's doubling up.
Obviously, obviously I hate the Celtics with a high passion. But I also have to hear and get DMs from Matt.
I see your problem
about the Knicks
Yeah.
winning. And I'm actually like not mad that the Knicks are winning because it's making my life so much more joyful with the Celtics being the pick to win everything and are down 0-2 going into New York. But it is like painful to like have him be able to have one up on me.
Yeah. This feels like the 49ers are beating the Celtics, and that's you don't know what to root for.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And so, you know, it's funny is as I told you, he's not very good at trash talking. And so I got to find other ways to get out. And he always leaves the door open for me to like win the conversation in the end. He's got a good buddy on the Giants. I'm not going to mention his name. Really good pitcher, but he's off to a little bit of a slow start. And, you know, all is fair. You bring your boys into the chat. They got to get it too. If they, you know, if you're going to come at me about the Lakers, I'm going to find something to come at you about. And, you know, unfortunately, his buddy has been the subject of some good punchlines because I have really nothing as he's given me the Knicks all the time.
Yeah.
This guy sounds like me a little bit, like terrible at trash talking, opens himself up for.
But just annoying enough.
Okay, thank you. I didn't want to do the annoying part.
I love that Chris chimed in there right there.
The Celtics, I mean, the thing that's striking me is the fact that both games they've lost because in the fourth quarter they keep chucking up three-pointers and they keep missing them to the tune of 75 missed threes in the first two games.
Keep
combined.
shooting them, baby.
Yeah, and the thing
Let it rain.
The thing I'm looking at, Tony, is that they don't have anything else to fall back on. Like you would think if something's not working that dramatically for you, you'd run a play or you'd try something different. But I don't know that the Celtics have anything else to go to, and this is what's annoying to watch them because they're NBA champions. But to me, they're such an incomplete, unfun NBA type team to watch. I don't like what they do.
Their coach told us that they're going to shoot more threes and you're going to be able to make twos. And in the end, the numbers line up. Except when you shoot 60 of them and make about 15, that becomes a little bit of a problem at that point.
Does. Well, they're down 0-2. The Pacers are 2-0 on the Cavs. And I point that out because if the home team loses the first two games of an NBA series, they only win 15% of the time. So Celtics and the Cavs both really have their work cut out for them.
The ironic part is, as much as I think the Celtics are in trouble, I think the Cavs are still in good shape to.
Well, they might be. They might be, but they had three starters out in game two, and they're not going to win.
Who else was out in game two?
They had Mobley
I know,
out. Garland, Mobley
was out,
and I don't know their starting lineup well enough to give you the third, but it was a third starter.
Well, just the fact that Mobley and Garland are out, that's a problem.
That's tough. So, all right, tonight Minnesota's 10.5 over Golden State. Now the Warriors won the first game, but now no Steph Curry at all.
This is bad.
And he's not going to play game 2, game 3, game 4, and then he's going to get reevaluated. We don't know if he'll even come back at all.
He said he has no timeline.
I love the Warriors and what they're trying, and Steve Kerr and Draymond, and Buddy Hield is playing at an extremely high level, but I don't know that they can win without Curry. Do you, Tony? I mean, that would really be something if they can pull this off.
Are you asking me what I think or what I want?
You kind of want to see them do it, huh?
I want to see Golden State beat them because Anthony Edwards took out my team and he was talking a lot of trash.
He was.
So I want to see him lose to the old guard here without the old guard and then have to deal with this crazy social media world after he loses the series.
Yes, this would be a big blow it if Minnesota can't beat these guys.
1,000% it would be.
So, but after that, I'll take Minnesota tonight. 10.5.
But here's the other thing, though. Draymond don't know how to act sometimes when Steph ain't around. This is where they lose. This is where the WrestleMania Draymond shows up.
Steph is he's definitely the Draymond whisperer. He can just give Draymond a look and Draymond will stop.
Yes,
He's doing it for his guy. Now his guy ain't out there. I don't know if Jimmy's gonna be able to keep him in.
I feel like Jimmy seems like a guy who would encourage him to just to be a little wild.
I can definitely see that.
So you want to take the points tonight, Tony, and Hope?
Yeah, give me the points.
All right, Skraby, what do you want? 10.5 points? We got to go quick because we're running out of time. We got to guess. Warriors also. Ant-Man minus 4 points or Jimmy Butler? Who scores the most tonight? Tony.
Ant-Man.
Skraby?
I got to go Jimmy Butler. He's their only option.
I'm going to go Butler also. I agree with you. And he hates Minnesota. And so much so that when he talked about his career the other day, he refused to mention that he ever played for them.
That's right. Give me Jimmy. Give me Jimmy, actually.
You're changing.
So is Jimmy Butler just a very unhappy employee everywhere he goes?
No, here I actually heard this. Well, we'll get it. I'll tell the story on the other side.
Dodgers 1.5 at Arizona tonight. Skraby. Dodgers have Yamamoto pitching against
he's
Fott.
been amazing. He's actually Yamamoto's living up to everything that he was said to be.
Take the Dodgers. Then?
Yeah, I'll take them.
I can't root for the Dodgers. Arizona for me. Tony.
It's amazing he's pitching that well with you swinging from him like that, Mr. Skraby. I'm gonna go ahead and what was the question? I'm sorry. I was
Dodgers
just
1.5.
Dodgers.
My man Glaze over here. Give me the Dodgers, I guess. Yeah.
My goodness.
All right.
No, they're taking the Diamondbacks. Give me the Diamondbacks.
Okay. And last one, because we don't have much time. The over-under is 9.5 runs for this game. That seems like an under. I mean, you got Yamamoto and Fott, who's having a good year. I don't see them scoring that many runs. I'll say under. Tony?
Under.
Scrape?
I'll go under.
Under. Okay, we'll take a break because we got to get to that. And we got our MLS weekly chat with Kevin Egan coming up after traffic.
Hold on, everybody. Snuck up on me. Got to delete. Okay.
From the 855, get
4:19 here in Denver, 3:19 there in San Diego. Welcome to Gwynn and Chris. Tony Gwynn Jr., Chris Ello, Matt Skraby. Sometimes you're behind cashes checks that your mouth cashes checks that you're behind can't cash. That is what Paul Pierce did. We will get into that a little bit later on. I gotta give him some props,
He paid
man.
an extreme price on this one.
Yes, he did.
Whoa.
Yes, he did.
I'm going to give him a lot of credit for even doing it.
Yeah, no, I did. I thought he was lying through his teeth as he was saying all what he was saying.
I might have had to renege on that one. So,
I would have definitely reneged. It wouldn't have been no might.
Yeah, just take all the
would
heat.
have definitely been like,
take all the heat. I'm
it.
reneging. Yeah, yeah.
We will have our MLS segment coming up. Kevin Egan, host of MLS 360 and MLS Wrap Up on MLS Season Pass, will join us here shortly. Obviously, SDFC with a big win after kind of losing 3 games there in a row.
Yeah,
break that streak. Get a nice win against FC Dallas.
5-0, Tony. That's a massacre, right? In soccer. 5-0.
Yeah, no, that's the kind of scoring that you're asking for on a consistent basis.
I like it.
Let's get to our guest. Kevin Egan joins us here, host of MLS 360 and MLS Wrap Up on MLS Season Pass. Kevin, thank you for your time. How are you?
My pleasure, gentlemen. Great, thank you. And yourself?
We're doing well. We're doing well. Talking some SDFC. They bounced back after losing 3 in a row. They put a nice performance up against FC Dallas. What were some of the things you saw them do better in that game than they had done the previous 3?
Yeah, it's been tricky. St. Louis, you mentioned, correct? Against Dallas?
No, SDFC with the 5-0 last week.
Yeah, unbelievable. I'm so sorry. I thought you said St. Louis for a second.
Yeah, no.
Incredible. An absolute joy to behold. They're a side that when they play in full flow, it's the type of soccer that has everybody off their feet and enjoying the action. And it's been, in some ways, historic, the goals they've scored for an expansion franchise. And just the type of soccer that I love to watch. Free-flowing, infectious play with players with a smile on their face. Anders Dreyer has been a sensational under-the-radar signing. I was actually over in Brussels in January with 2 of my friends that I work with on MLS 360, Bradley Roy Phillips and Sasha Kleshin. We had a chance to see the Anderlecht Brugge game. And BWP, a legend in the league, a 2-time Golden Boot winner, he and I are sitting together. And he says to me, like, hey, who would you have your eye on here if you had to pick one player from this pitch to bring to Major League Soccer? And we both agreed it was Anders Dreyer. Just the way he plays, and there was something nearly kind of giddy about him, that he just looked like he was having fun out there on the pitch. And for me, watching this team right now, last weekend, putting Dallas to the sword, a side that hadn't lost on the road. They were the best road team in all of Major League Soccer this year, and San Diego, with ease, put them away.
All right, Tony, if you don't mind, I'm just going to step out the rest of this segment and just let Kevin talk. That voice is incredible. He just said that they put Dallas to the sword. I love this. I mean, come on, this is fantastic. We do so many interviews. Nobody says stuff like that, Kevin. Chucky Lozano had 2 goals, 2 assists. I mean, this is what they brought him for, first to be the face of the franchise, but, to play a match like this and, soccer, you don't get 4 points like that. Incredible. And just talk about what he's meant to the team and to the league.
It's crazy because when he went out with injury early in the season, he, in a way, I think benefited from other players stepping up and filling that void and getting like an away win like they did against Real Salt Lake on the road. And Anders Dreyer, who I've spoken about, he's one of those guys that I think has helped take the pressure away from Chucky. Remember, Chucky Lozano has been compared greatly to Carlos Vela, one of the greatest players to ever play in Major League Soccer, up the road for LAFC. So for him, there was a bit of a weight of expectation coming in that he'd have to deliver those sorts of numbers. And I thought it was a little bit unfair because he's a very different style player. But over the weekend on MLS 360, Sasha Kleshin says to me, who do you think is leading Major League Soccer right now in goal contribution? This was at a certain time throughout the night. And he said there's 3 players. And when he said Chucky Lozano, I couldn't believe it. Given the time that Chucky's missed already this year, the fact that he's caught up, 2 goals, 2 assists, like you say, at the weekend, and he's already there at the summit. alongside the best players for goal contributions in the league this year. So fair play to him. His attitude, his application, and as I mentioned about Dreyer, the fun he seems to be having on the field and the chemistry with his teammates. Like Chucky's goal when he rounds the goalkeeper, San Diego FC put out a bird's eye view of that goal. If you haven't had a chance, folks, head across to their X channel and look at that goal, because it's a thing of beauty from the goalkeeper all the way through the middle of the field. Mikey Varas' team putting together a beautiful goal there, finished off by your Mexican superstar.
Kevin Egan joins us here, host of MLS 360 and MLS Wrap-Up on MLS Season Pass. And Kevin, they got a tough week coming up. They got 3 games next week, one on Saturday, then on Wednesday, and then another on the following Saturday. How difficult is it to get your body ready for that type of competition for 3 games in a week?
Yeah, it's not easy at all. The benefit, I think, is that at least the second 2 games of that week are at Snapdragon Stadium. You go away to take on a St. Louis side that are without a win in 7, a St. Louis side that are really struggling for goals, and a St. Louis side that I think are really starting to feel the pressure in Olaf Melberg's first year in charge. They were the side, remember, in 2023, they were the last expansion team before San Diego that came flying out of the blocks. 5 games, 5 wins to start their Major League Soccer tenure. But since they've gone off the boil completely, and this season they've been near woeful, quite honestly, and they've been without a lot of key pieces too. So this is a game that I think San Diego can go there and win the game. And then you get home and you take on Colorado that have had their struggles on the road, and you take on Sporting Kansas City, a side nearer to the bottom of the standings. And I think those are 2 very winnable games. So from these 3 games, if you're Mikey Varas and if you're looking at the results against Dallas and thinking that maybe you've turned the corner after those 3 straight losses, I think you're looking at maybe, 6 or 7 points in these 3 games.
Kevin, love talking about the soccer with you. I think he just said St. Louis is off the boil. I mean, some of these things are just phenomenal.
You are expanding his horizons.
These are gold. These are gold. I want to ask you. I know you're on.
I want to join you guys all the time now.
Oh, it's incredible. I do want to we talk MLS. You broadcast MLS, but to see FC Barcelona and Inter Milan put up a 7-6 aggregate score in the Champions League, that caught my attention. I imagine the entire soccer world was just blown away by this. And look, the sport continues to grow in America, but I see results like that, and I see people really getting excited when they see numbers like that. That was not supposed to happen, right?
Yeah, especially for a defensive powerhouse like Inter Milan. They're so good at defense. They've conceded only 12 goals in their entire Champions League run. So to concede, the way they did against Barcelona, it was a joy to watch, from start to finish. The first leg finished 3-3. Nobody thought the second leg would come close to that. And then it said, hold my beer. The second leg was out of this world at the Giuseppe Meazza over in Milan. It was just I think it was maybe the best 2-legged semi-final I've ever seen in the Champions League. And there have been a lot of games that have come close. Remember Liverpool's epic comeback a few years ago against Messi, Suarez, and Barcelona. This was probably better because in a lot of the other semi-final games that, live right up there among the best, oftentimes it was an epic comeback. This was just like a heavyweight bout. This was blow after blow. One team would score, the other team would counter. And that's what made it so special, and Barcelona led for the very first time in the entire tie in the 87th minute of the second leg. And Inter somehow, with their 37-year-old centre-back, Francesco Iturbi, manages to find himself in a striker position in the 94th minute in front of their home fans. This is the player that has had 2 different bouts of cancer, that has come through it, suffered massively from depression over the years. For a 37-year-old guy to score his very first European goal in that fashion, that's about as good as it gets.
Yeah, it was a phenomenal game. Kevin, we've enjoyed this, man. We like you said, if you're going to come back, we certainly would love to have you back, talk some more soccer. We appreciate you coming on and spending some time with us.
My pleasure, guys. What a joy. Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Kevin. Yeah,
Kevin Egan, host of MLS 360, MLS Wrap-Up, and MLS Season Pass. We got to get to break. We'll talk a little bit more about Kevin's lingo that Chris was
off the boil.
Yeah, that is now going to be a new thing for you. Every
What?
time you're going to be
the
off the boil.
I'm not off the chain anymore. I'm
You're
off
gonna
the
be
boil. He sounds so much like my brother-in-law. It's
He
hilarious.
was awesome. I love that.
That was good. That was good stuff. Let's get to break. On the other side, Skraby's got, what is this?
30-mile zone.
30. I almost called it 8 mile. 30-mile zone.
We can do 8 miles.
On the way. More Gwynn and Chris.
Coming up on Friday's show, it's jam-packed. We're going to have Mark.
360 and the MLS wrap-up. Yeah, Skraby, you're going to be off the boil forever after that.
Next time we play Chris's Fantabulous Sports Game Show, I'm putting Skraby to the sword.
Put him to the sword. Yeah, that was great.
I do love the European sayings that they have about soccer.
I mean, soccer.
They got some great ones.
They
got some great ones.
Yeah, the SDFC put Dallas to the sword, 5-0. That is accurate description, but I loved it. All right, we're going to come up on our 30-mile zone, including Paul Pierce mouthing off and then really paying for it. We'll tell you about that in a second. But Adam Klug came storming in here earlier.
He was fired up.
What did the Klugmeister say?
The Klugmeister was fired up.
Now he is off the boil.
A lot of times Adam gets this way, and we kind of, shoo him out of the room.
No, I'm taking myself out of this.
All right, I shoo him out of the room.
Me and Chris shoo him out of the room.
We shoo him out of the room and go, Adam, calm down. But on this one, I couldn't agree with him more. And what he was, railing against is that Rafael Devers has come out, the Boston Red Sox all-star, third baseman, DH, and has come out and flat out said that even though the Red Sox have asked him to move to first base because of injury problems, he is not going to do it.
Let me read his quote.
And you go ahead and read the quote, and then let's see what Tony
He said, I know I'm a ball player, but at the same time, they can't expect me to play every single position out there. In spring training, they talked to me and basically told me to put away my glove, that I wasn't going to play any other position but DH. So right now, I just feel like it's not an appropriate decision by them to ask me to play another position. And he went on to say some more stuff, but that's the meat of it right there.
Anyway, here's the question that I think is a better question than what do we think of this? I think most of us are probably like, okay, well, that's not the attitude I would have. But how difficult really would it be for a major leaguer who's played nothing but third base to go over and play first base, Tony? I mean, you're an outfielder, but just trying to make this compare. Is he maybe doing the Red Sox a favor by saying, I don't know that I would perform too well over there?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Like, I felt a way about him not wanting to move off third base. He clearly wanted to play third base, but I understood him wanting to be a defender there still, right?
Yeah.
Part of the reason why third was a spot was because it was really the only other spot he could play defensively. And, the numbers would tell you he wasn't great there, right? And that was a position he grew up playing, all right? So fast forward to him finally taking his medicine, as we said he should at the time, even though he didn't want to, and now being a DH, and after going through that first whatever amount of bats that everybody thought he was never going to hit in his life because he had moved to the DH and he was upset about moving to DH. He's finally started to swing the bat good. And so I kind of understand where he's coming from in terms of asking him to now move to first base. And I have a problem with it on a number of different levels here. First, you could have had this conversation and it not have leaked out to the media for them to even then ask him the question about not wanting to move to first base. And I think that, and if I'm being honest, I think Boston did that, doing it on purpose. Just they let the first one leak, and that was kind of inevitable because Bregman plays third. They just signed him. Everybody was kind of looking to see how you were going to handle that in the first place. All right, cool. But this one didn't have to be out for public consumption. They could have just had this conversation. And if he was uncomfortable, because here's the other thing, he wasn't great at third. Why is he all of a sudden going to be great at first base? Let me ask you this: I hate to pick on him because I know how the people of San Diego felt, but if Haas was right-handed, would you have wanted to move him to third if you had to move him to third? No, you probably wouldn't. And so I'm just saying, like, I don't think it's out of the box. I don't think it's outside of the box for him to feel a way that, listen, man, I didn't want to move the first time. I did it. I took my medicine. Now you asking me to play a position I've never played before. There are guys who do care about being embarrassed on the field and not looking like they belong. Because we all know that even if he decided to do it, it wouldn't look pretty early. That takes some time. It takes time to learn how to play a position and be up to snuff. And so, yeah, I think Boston is not handling this the way they should. And, I think good organizations find a way to have these conversations and it not be like a story like it is today, where you got, if we're talking about it, what do you think the people, the radio show in Boston is talking about?
Yeah, you're right. They could have just handled this, right? They could have said, can you move to first base? Not really my favorite. And they could have said, all right, we'll move on. Instead, they've made a big distraction. All right, Adam, we'll shoo you out of the room. There's your answer.
What was Adam's? Adam was upset.
He was livid. I mean, he's like, I hate this. I'm fired up about this. And Rafael Devers is the worst person ever. Basically, was his.
So I guess I'm trying to find out how this actually like made it to the point where we're all talking about it and they're getting quotes about it. But I guess Craig Breslow? Is that their GM?
Former teammate of mine. Yes, one of my first teammates in Beloit, the Beloit Snappers.
Where is Beloit?
Okay, I don't even want to know why they were called the Snappers. Honestly, I hope that had to do with a fish
or a turtle.
It was a turtle.
Oh,
it was a turtle.
Okay,
yeah. It's not in Milwaukee. It's in Wisconsin.
Oh, okay. Well, Craig Breslow, I'm sorry, was saying that he recently said he was open to the idea of Devers moving to first, and because of, was it Tristan Cassis, who is out for the year after
Torres Patella,
they have a prospect, but he's an outfielder, and so they need to find out a way to cover first base, and so Rafael Devers is the first thing that popped into their head.
And that's all fine and dandy. And that's probably what should happen. But oftentimes we moan and groan when AJ is like giving us answers that ain't really giving us answers.
Yes.
This is why. This is why that happens. This is why some heads of baseball operations decide to take that tack. Because if you answer it honestly, as Brez did there, you end up, especially in a place like Boston, you end up down this kind of rabbit hole. And now it's a distraction, ultimately.
I have one quick question on another subject, and then I know you got the 30-mile zone, and I can't wait to hear what Paul Pierce did. But I thought of this the other night when Tyrese Halliburton hit the winning shot at Cleveland, Tony. Did you see his celebration? Yes, he did.
You have no marbles.
I have the big marbles.
You hate that.
I don't love it, and apparently the NBA doesn't like it either.
Oh, wow.
No, they don't.
He was not fined. He was not fined, but he's been told, let's not do that again. Halliburton said, I've been waiting for that. But he goes, it was just right in the moment. So I'll give him that to a certain extent. It was a hell of a shot. But that celebration needs to go. I'm sorry, guys.
Shout out to Sam Cassell. Kobe
he
Bryant,
started it. Yeah.
Who all used it. And all got the same warning, like, hey, that one's not cool. You can't do it, so let's stop doing it.
Yeah, but they're still doing it.
We're not going to find you. Yeah. We're not going to find you, but please stop doing it.
Yeah.
I think we have a little bit more conversation about Devers in the Big Five because it seems like GM says his thing, media goes to player, and now GM is hoping that the pressure is going to force Devers into something.
Hey, that is exactly kind of what this is how the managers and coaches have always used the media in some ways, right?
Yeah.
Even if he didn't set out to do it, right? After it starts, you're like, well, maybe he changes his mind and he'll get all this pressure.
I was thinking about him play first. Okay, let me run down to the clubhouse.
Only you didn't lose the fact that that's a human being, and it may have not made him happier. You want him to be out in the field playing well, not doing things that put him in a bad spot.
I'm going to talk more about this on the Skraby show, but I'm kind of on
I'm coming around a little more to Tony's side.
Yeah, I'm kind of on the Devers side
Even
too.
though I think if I was in my era and I think I would say, okay, I'll play there because I want to do its best, but I would be worried about it because I know I probably wouldn't look great.
If they asked me when in my career, hey, we want you to come play second base.
Yeah.
I would have given it a shot, but I wouldn't have been like
too excited.
I wouldn't have been confident about it. I wouldn't have been excited. And I can tell you at the big league level, when you aren't those things,
Yeah.
It like shows.
The ball tends to find you, doesn't it?
And there would have been balls hit at me all day long.
Yeah.
But then you got guys like Will Myers.
And then you got
who played third.
Yeah, Will
without
Myers
ever
tried to play
playing
third, and he took a lot of heat for that, but he was willing to try it. So there's something to be said for
ball
that.
Bounced off his eye,
He did.
man. Like,
Yeah.
he wasn't supposed to be there, right?
Yeah.
But he did do it. He did it for the team, right? But I think ultimately you want to do what you can for the team, but you also don't want to be the reason that your team is out there losing games. Like, we just thinking about the fielding. How many of these in between hops is he gonna all of a sudden be great at just like picking out of the dirt?
Yeah.
No, they're gonna bounce. They're gonna bounce into your throat. I mean, that's
into your throat.
That's where they end up.
And then they're gonna be like, "Well, he's not a great first baseman."
And that's the part that I don't think we're gonna take up all your third.
It's fine. I only got one topic really.
Hey. It's the one thing that I don't think any of us really consider when these decisions from athletes are being made, that I didn't have to worry about playing. Like, the scrutiny is so extreme compared to what I ever had to deal with, or any of the best of the best players had to deal with at that time. It's in your face all day long. You cannot avoid it. Like, I know we didn't always believe athletes when they said, I don't read the newspaper or I don't watch the news. Think about how much easier that is than it is to avoid social media at this point.
Yeah.
It's way easier to turn your TV off and be like, hey, you know what? I'm not looking at it.
Does anybody play softball out there? I do, and a lot of us. But not what I want to say. You make an error, a ball goes right through you.
You feel terrible.
It's a little embarrassing.
Yeah.
There's nobody watching, but it still doesn't feel great.
Yeah.
Now times that by 50,000 people. I mean,
50,000,
right?
50 million.
Yeah, right.
And especially in the Red Sox world, like, this is a big deal. Adam,
I think athletes are. Although I was having this conversation with somebody the other day, are far more polished than they are, but they are also way more, careful about every single thing they do. At least the smart ones. So, obviously, we got our dum-dums that still do things that none of us understand, but they're way more polished than we are. But that's also why you don't get the authenticity that you may have gotten in the 80s and 90s, because you can't just you gotta have a thought about what you're saying, how you're saying it, how you're doing it, when you're doing it.
You know what? I always come down on people who don't say anything. So Rafael Devers did say something, and I can't come down on him because he wasn't, he's not just saying the things just to say them. He's giving people his real thoughts on the situation. No,
that's definitely real thoughts, what he said.
Adam on the chat, not our Adam, but another Adam. And I know we're just going to have to do Paul Pierce in the Big Five. Tony, how would your dad have handled this?
What if they asked him to move to second
base? Did they ever
base?
ask him to move to a different position?
He couldn't go anywhere but first base. That'd be the only place.
There was conversation of him moving to first base.
Really? Okay.
Because of his may have been easier on his knees, I think it was ultimately decided it wouldn't be all that much easier. There's a lot of footwork and different things going on that I don't know that would have been the case. I don't know how he would have handled it. He never was, it never was something that I think was honestly approached to him about playing first base. I'm sure he would have given it a try, but if he was bad at it, I can't imagine him wanting to keep doing it.
Yeah.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
I do.
I mean, Steve Garvey started as a third baseman, but his arm was so erratic, and we saw how erratic was if you ever watched him play first base. Garvey used to get ground balls and just take it to the bag rather than even try to throw to second. Yeah. because he knew his arm was horrible.
Oh man.
Damn, he ran it to second base.
No, he ran it to first and just let the guy go to second. You know what I mean?
So he didn't try to turn a double play.
Oh, when he's playing first base.
Playing first base, yes.
No, I thought you were playing third base at this point. I was like, what?
He was a little scatter armed, So, but yeah, that's just part of it. So, and if the guard's out there, he made plays. But I mean, there was something that happened. He wasn't didn't have a very accurate and reliable arm. So they move guys, and this is what they have to do. So,
I'm just saying they told the man that he wasn't good at defense. Go put your glove up. And he finally said, all right, fine. And now they're like, hey, man, we actually need you to play defense again, only at first base this time.
Yeah, it's a big ask, I think. I think
He's
it's
like,
a big ask.
If
this is spring training, totally different thing.
Right, 1,000%. If you'd have been like, hey, we think Bregman's a better third baseman than you, we would like to see you go over to first base and get some work in. Now, if he barked at that, I'd feel differently. That's spring training. None of these games count. You got some time to work on it, but you want him to do it mid-season.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, I can see how he's a little hesitant on that.
All right, we need to do some traffic real quick, and then we'll come right back and talk about something.
From the 855 Get Ross Traffic Center, protecting San Diego after accidents or injury, here's Kelly Danick.
Traffic is sponsored by Islands Restaurants. Got a few problems here, guys. A crash on southbound 163 before Friars Road. 3 vehicles involved. They're all over the right shoulder. We've also got an accident on the Severn off-ramp, eastbound 8. Southbound 15 before the 52. Collision involving a couple vehicles. Looks like that's in the center divide. We also have an accident on northbound 67 just past Winter Gardens. That's in the center divide. Big on protein, rich on flavor, the new $10 Islands Restaurants protein bowls are here for a limited time, packed with over 40 grams of protein and stacked with fresh ingredients for the flavors you love, just in a bowl. Find your protein paradise at islandsrestaurants.com. And Kelly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
All right, real quick. I wanted to bring up an update on the Pirates fan that fell from the stands. He has given a statement now. He says that he's doing better. He's still in a lot of pain. He still says he can't sleep. His back is really hurting him. But he really appreciates all the prayers and all that stuff. I saw a different angle of this.
Hey, shout out to the people who are helping him afford his hospital bills, because he's not paying for it. That's huge.
That is huge.
Good on you.
That's going to be a big bill. And he said that he can't even watch the fall because he just doesn't want to see it. I wouldn't be able to watch it. I know that would be tough. That would be really tough.
I'd rather not myself.
But I saw a video of him from behind. Someone actually had the video of him, and he gets excited because of the hit. And it's the craziest thing in the world. He just falls over the edge. I don't even know. It looks like an ejector seat. It was like a perfect storm of events for him to go over that. But
I'm just happy the young man is all right.
Yeah,
he's finally starting to hear some positive stuff coming out of that.
I am rooting for a full recovery, but I'm still waiting for a lawyer to be contacted.
Yeah,
I mean, this is the way it
for
goes.
Him.
Yes,
but what?
The railing wasn't high? No, the railing wasn't high enough to hold him.
But I thought you said it was.
No, it went to specs, but that doesn't mean it was obviously high enough to hold him. Yeah, I don't know. I think he could. I think he'd win.
I can tell you, it's not.
I think he'd win. Anyway, something to keep in mind.
All right. Well, he is doing better.
Good.
And he's on the mend. He's going to be out of the hospital next week, he says. Chris versus the fans for the first time this week. Coming up next, 833-288-0973. Bruno Mars is the prize today. So we'll tell you more on the other side.
I thought he walked in the studio.
4 o'clock. Tony Gwynn Jr., Chris Ello, Matt Skraby. It's 5 o'clock here. So there's that. We got what we got here, Chris versus Fan?
We do.
Yes.
The quick update from down the street from where you are, Tony. Third inning of game 2, Tigers 6, Rockies 1. I mean, it's pretty much every game that this happens. So Padres take note this weekend. I know. I won't jinx it anymore.
No, I'm not even gonna say that. I'm just saying I'm hoping that Buddy's not a casualty of this.
I know. That's the thing that I'm worried about at this point. I mean, but how can they? Like, we gave you the worst team in the history of baseball.
Are you kidding me? This is major league sports here.
You're right.
They find ways to scapegoat somebody in this bad boy.
Yeah. Well, the only scapegoat that would matter is if the owner says, I'm firing myself. That's it. I'm selling the team.
And I've noticed that they don't really do that.
No, not that. I've never seen that one.
I don't think it's ever been done. As a matter of fact, I don't think it's ever been done in the history of sports.
Pretty sure that's exactly right, Tony. Not happened. So
yeah. Scrape,
yes.
Should we get to business here? You got anything you want to get in? You've been kind of quiet for the most part all day.
Yeah, I am kind of quiet. I will say this. This hour on 97.3 The Fan is brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store and everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $250 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 6/14. Plus, save even more at the Easy Reward program at Staples. With that, we'll go to the game.
If you had one shot, one opportunity to take down the human almanac himself,
howdy do.
Now is your time.
Listen to me, this guy is dangerous.
Now is your opportunity to win a prize.
Well, I hope you know what you're in for.
Chris versus the Fans starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
We're a little light here.
Yeah, just logging in, and the questions that I did this morning are not updating on the Google Doc.
Oh, Mister, I did my questions this morning.
I did, and they're not updating on the Google Doc.
Oh yeah,
Let me try.
Usually means that they didn't have to ever exist.
No, though they definitely existed because I put some time in this morning.
You didn't do it. It's pretty much as an automatic save deal. Like, I don't know, you don't have to click save anymore.
No, I know. That's the thing is, yes, I'm aware of that, Tony. There's no save button anymore. Oh, gosh. All right, well, we're going to do the best we can here.
We are. Go ahead. Tell
Wait,
folks
really,
the
there's no questions here at all?
No, we have questions.
They're just quite thin.
And they're
quite thin.
As soon as I saw Tony's A pop up in the doc, I was like, here it comes. And I'm panicking over here because I have no idea where the questions I wrote this morning are. All right. The rules: you have to make it through 3 questions. Each question will get more difficult. If you get the question right, you move on. If you get it wrong and Chris gets it right, you're eliminated. But if Chris gets it wrong, then you move on to the next question or you win. If you're a first-time player, let us know before you go, and you can get that first question for free today. And you will be playing for a qualification for a chance to win our grand prize, a trip to see Bruno Mars in Las Vegas, including 2 tickets to a show at Dolby Live at Park MGM on September 3rd, a 2-night stay at Park MGM, and a $100 gift card. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com.
Happy.
Yeah, you like Bruno Mars?
No, but I think it's a biggie to people out there.
No.
You guys are going to laugh at this, but in June, I'm making a weekend trip to go see Barry Manilow in Vegas, and I will enjoy that. I know that doesn't register to anybody out there but me.
No, there's plenty of Barry Manilow people. We gave away a Barry Manilow.
I know.
Thing.
We know your affinity for Barry. We not. I don't even think we can make fun of it no more because we know it's
right.
It's
You've done it enough. Yeah.
Nate on the chat said, lucky you ate the paper with the questions. My dog.
That's what I thought of too. Nate.
I've never used my dog ate my homework.
I mean, you don't have to use the exact. I mean, that virtually what you said was my dog ate my homework. It didn't. I did them earlier. I don't know what happened.
My mom was driving me to school one time, and I was holding my homework on a piece of paper in my hand, She gave me 2 envelopes to get out of the car and drop in the mailbox, and I dropped my homework in with them.
Oh.
And
did they believe you?
Nobody believed me. Of course
not. Of course not.
I mailed my homework, but that's pretty much what happened.
That'd be great when they do get it in the mail, though. Like, oh, he wasn't lying.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to our first contestant. Let's go with Danny. Hello, Danny.
Hello, Danny.
How's it going?
Hey, good, Danny.
It's going well, my friend. Here we go. First question. Where is the Padres AAA team located?
That's fair.
El Paso, Texas.
Very good.
El Paso, Texas. He gave you the state, too.
Yeah.
Question number 2. Where did Anthony Edwards play his college basketball?
Tougher one. Number 1 overall pick.
You said Anthony Edwards?
Yes.
Ant-Man.
I think Georgia.
Hey.
Georgia.
Very good.
Indeed, he was.
It's kind of a weird school for him to like. No one really comes from Georgia basketball.
Dominique Wilkins.
I think he's from.
Georgia.
I think he's from Atlanta.
Okay, well, that makes sense.
I think he's from the ATL. Question number 3
for the win.
Who is the Dallas Cowboys franchise leader in receiving yards?
Oh boy, good one. That's great. All time.
Lucky helped me with this one.
All right. There's a few possibilities here. I think it's a tough.
Didn't need an answer.
No. See what he does.
Jason Witten.
Jason Witten. Wow.
Both Tony and I are calling shenanigans on this.
Jason Witten.
Wow, I wouldn't have got
it. It is indeed correct.
All right.
Bruno Mars is qualified. Hey, he got it. We ain't got no proof.
All right, it saves my question, so that's fine with me.
David, stay on the line.
Hang on the line.
Let's interrogate David for his.
Okay.
Who do we have on the phone?
We
have Danny.
Just don't go off the boil here, Skrabe.
I'm not going to go off the boil. I'm not going to sword him either. Danny, were you looking that up?
I was not. I just know. I know the answers.
He knows the answers. He says, Skrabe.
It's not convincing, but you win.
No, of course you win. What are you going to do? Hey, Danny, that's a good one, man. That's a hell of a pull. And, he could think of it. I mean, Jason Witten played for a long time. I was thinking wide receivers, like probably most of us were.
I thought everyone would go to Michael Irvin.
Michael Irvin, Terrell Owens, Drew Pearson, who was back in the day. I think this was a good call.
Yeah, Michael didn't play long enough either, though.
Yeah.
His injury. Nice work, Danny.
See, I don't understand the chat. Like when I don't call someone out or at least question someone, they get mad at me. But when I do question, why are you messing with this guy's win, Skrabe?
Can't win with the chat, dog. Can't win with him.
Stay there, Danny. I got to get you in.
And there's your answer as to why I don't ever want to look at the chat. The chat says that I should be tuned in and looking at the chat during the show, and I absolutely refuse to do so. There's your explanation.
Do you understand how that might hurt the people that are watching us through the chat?
No, because you help me with anything that's important that they say, and you give me all the highlights. So I'm good. I feel like I'm connected.
Quote, I did not cheat. My evidence is that I know.
Yeah, that was an interesting. I will say that.
It definitely wasn't convincing, but we ain't got no other proof, so we can't keep holding them in interrogation.
Yeah, Michael Irvin was second in that category, down 1,000 yards to Jason Witten. Tony Hill, who was a wide receiver in the 70s.
I remember Tony Hill.
Next to Drew Pearson. Tony Hill was third and Drew Pearson was fourth. Des Bryant, fifth. So, anyway, he got it. Terrell Owens is 13th, so he didn't play for the Cowboys long enough.
No. He definitely did not. He played for the 49ers long enough.
Pretty good job by Danny. If he got it, he got it. And it's a good, look. Skraby will probably go in and make sure he doesn't win the drawing.
No, I can't. No, don't even put that out there. I cannot do that. I do not have any control over
some
that.
Shenanigans over there.
I already feel bad enough about having to randomly select Skrabinator games.
Well, you've called him out now. I mean, no, this is terrible by you.
Yeah, man.
Brandon
You tried to throw Tony under the bus too and say, "Oh, me and Tony both think this is a not legit."
He did. He did.
I noticed that.
He did try to throw me
how'd
under the
that get
bus,
in there?
didn't he?
Yeah.
Wait, what? Sorry.
No, the first thing you said was both Tony and I are calling BS on
Oh,
that.
well, because Tony sat back in his chair like,
I was suspicious. I was, but I wasn't going to say anything. You just grabbed me and threw me right under the semi truck there.
Tossed him right under.
You're on camera.
Boom,
Everybody
boom,
can see your face.
Yeah, that was fine. I was like this, like, all right, whatever. I wasn't going to say anything though.
I do take this
Nonetheless.
game too serious. I know.
Well, I see where you're coming from because if you don't call people out, people in the chat think that you're not policing.
You just
the
letting
game.
everybody
Right.
slide.
So
Yeah,
you
no,
have
I'm
to
with
police
And
the game.
McKee said you guys need a timer on the answer, and the bed is actually the timer, but sometimes the question takes up all the bed, and so then their timer's off. So maybe we ask the question, and then I start the
I will
timer.
say I didn't suspect it on the time there. I thought his time was pretty quick. I mean, if he was typing along with your question, then he just did it quickly. But I he said he knew it, so he knew it.
I can't wait to get to Danny here in the break.
Yeah,
after you just listen to
poor
us
Danny,
call him a cheater for 5 minutes.
You're just getting raked over the coals.
Hey, there
Danny.
you keep going. There you keep going, saying us again. Called him a cheater. I don't think it was us that called him a cheater.
All right, Chris, I feel too awkward. Chris is going to have to come over here, answer the phone, so that I don't get all the bad stuff.
I would help you if I knew how to use the equipment over there, Skraby.
And by the way, the chat says they say nice things to you, and I can agree that they say nice things to you.
They do, but I'm not saying they don't. I just think that it would be too big of a distraction.
Okay.
All right.
Let's get to break. More Gwynn and Chris on the other side. Here's some traffic.
From the 855, get Ross.
Twice in the same 3-game series.
Oh, where'd you learn that fact?
You put it on the paper today,
Thank
and
you.
I read the paper.
Yes.
Nice job. Good job by the Padres there. Judge went 1 for 10 in the series. Still hitting a cool 400 for the year. Leading Major League Baseball. Second,
he's only another 1 for 10 from getting booed out of Yankees.
Right, they probably could, especially after he dropped that fly ball yesterday. I'm surprised he was allowed to stay in the ballpark. Second leading hitter in all of baseball right now. Anyone?
Paul Goldschmidt.
Third. Paul is third. No. Sneaking ahead of him, Jacob Wilson, the guy from the A's who never strikes out or walks.
Chris's favorite guy.
Well, not my favorite, but Tony likes him too because he puts bat to ball. That's a good thing.
We need more.
Yeah,
we don't need all, but we need more.
Fernando's down to 319, and he swung at a few outside pitches, lately. But this is to be expected. I would love to see him just stay locked in perfectly the whole year, but, it's not like a major slump.
Braden did something during the round table. Oh, sorry.
Toddy's searching right now.
Searching a little? Okay.
He's searching a little bit. His timing may not be what he wants it to be because I noticed it in game 1 of the series. At one point, he started leg kicking again.
Oh.
And then...
That's what hitting coaches are for. Stop doing that.
He was doing it. He was going back and forth on it in the next game, and then last game he settled back down and was just doing the foot down earlier deal. So I think he may have just been kind of searching. He might still be kind of trying to get the timing down. He might have kind of been a little bit off, but. Or maybe there was something that the pitcher was doing that made him think that was a better route. But I think he is searching a little bit in terms of his timing.
It's also the way baseball goes, right?
Exactly.
And you don't know how to explain that, right? As a hitter, anybody, even probably Rod Carew or Tony Gwynn Sr., how you can be locked in for a week and then just all of a sudden can't figure it out.
It could be different things. It could be different things. You could have a series in which a team just tried to pound you in all game long, which is unlike the other teams that attack you. And so if you're not careful in a 3-game set of every pitcher just doing the majority of trying to stay in on you, maybe all of a sudden you start kind of opening up a little bit soon. That creates a kind of a habit. And then you kind of have to check yourself. Hopefully you catch it before, you spiral into something else. That's how those type of things happen. A team does a good job pitching you, or, maybe you're lined up perfectly. You're hitting the ball hard, but you're making out. So what's your next thought as the human? You like, I got to do a little bit more. I got to do something a little different.
Wow.
And the next thing you know, you're going. That's why the game is so hard.
How often did you go into the batter's box with a clear mind, Tony, in like such a great spot?
Not enough.
Right.
Not
you walked in there and you're like, I don't care what's happening. I'm going to see the ball and I'm going to hit it. And you make solid contact and you're like, wow, that's not that hard. You double into the gap and you're like, oh, okay.
There's a reason why I only made it to 8 seasons, right? Because my mind, I couldn't. Sometimes you just need to turn it off, and that was hard for me. Until I got older, it was hard for me to, just what, I'm not feeling good. So what? I'm just gonna compete here. It took me till I was older where I started to realize, all right, I'm not gonna feel good all the time. So you know what? Let's stop. Let's embrace that and just go compete. Me, you versus you. I got to beat you.
It's good advice.
It's a tough game, man. Just ask. I mean, I'm looking at a guy like Bo Bichette. Where was he 2 years ago? AL batting champ. Next superstar. Last year, he stunk. This year, 1 home run and 277, which is, okay. But Bo Bichette is now just a normal player, not even an all-star candidate right now. It can happen to anyone. And, this is why, the whole Xander Bogaerts thing, we talk about it a lot in the roundtable. So you Xander fans or Xander haters are going to get your Xander conversation in the roundtable at 5:00. But, I was looking this up the other day, Tony. Xander's making a lot of money, free agent. People complain about his contract. Do you know how many contracts out there in baseball right now are underperforming? Way worse, by the way, than Xander.
Yeah.
Xander's hardly underperforming compared to the likes of, I don't know, Christian Walker, Corbin Burns, and then that doesn't even include the guys that are hurt, that aren't playing at all under huge contracts. There was a whole list of them, but this is part of doing business in baseball too. And I think people, the thing with Xander's, they get so mad because he's making the money. First, that's not his fault, right? They paid him. And secondly, it's bound to happen where you overpay for a guy that isn't producing that much. It's part of the business of this baseball. Guys, cost a lot, and they don't always do it.
Seemingly, all of those guys who signed those deals were underpaid for the previous 6 years that they were playing the game.
Good point. Yeah. Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like the major league team gets to hold you for the first 7. Yes, there are raises in there, but you mean to tell me, a guy, for instance, Jackson, after his first year, granted, he signed a long-term deal, his ARB number would have been like great team friendly. And that's what he would have been working with for the next 3 years until, or not even the next 3 years, because it was his first year. So he would have had, incremental raises for the first 3 years. Let's say had he not signed the deal, right? Then he would have got his first real big pay bump, but he still would have, if he's doing what he's doing now, he still would have been vastly underpaid. And so, that is kind of the name of the game. I think we forget that. I think it's not like the contract happens and then it starts. No, they already did 7 years of work to get the money that they got. Remember, you're getting paid basically for what you've already done and what they think you're going to do moving forward. And so you're compensated for that. And so, I'm sure there's a lot of underperforming contracts, but nobody was complaining when they were overperforming for the first 7.
I'll give you a guy that I think we all think Chris Young done a hell of a job in Texas, right? Won the World Series a couple of years ago. We know he's smart. He also signed Jock Peterson this year to a contract that totaled, now looking it up here, $37 million over 2 years. So it's at $18.5 million. Jock Peterson had an 0-for-41 slump earlier this year and is currently hitting .133 with 1 home run. I don't know. Does that mean Chris Young doesn't know what he's doing? This doesn't only happen to the Padres. And this is why I keep bringing it up, because I think the fans out here get so upset and they think we're the only team, dumb enough to make a move like this. It just doesn't work that way.
I think I'm getting to the point where I'm done with the Xander money talk because there's literally nothing that anyone can do. And so I asked the chat the other day, what is it about the Xander money that you want us to talk about? And they're like, well, we just need to hold them more accountable for the money that they spend. It's not our money. I don't understand. And why are we mad at Xander? Why are we mad at Xander for taking?
It is my. I'm giving you their argument. It is my money because I'm paying higher ticket prices because you signed him.
Okay, I can't go against that because it's kind of my take.
That ain't necessarily true.
No, I didn't say it's true. I'm saying that's what they say.
I think it's a great point, Skrabe. Ultimately, it's not our money, and I listen. And I think that's part of it too, right? At least I don't know where you are on this, Skrabe, because I don't know if you were really into baseball, but certainly Chris and I can remember the time where we couldn't get them to get off their wallets to keep a guy in a uniform.
Yeah, for sure.
And so now we have the exact opposite, in which ownership is willing to go out and spend. And they did it when we all thought it might just be kind of a one-time thing. They did it over several years. And what they ended up doing in that is they signed players to long-term deals so that they didn't have to keep doing it over and over again. They got guys they felt like it helped them win, and that is the nucleus of this team. And so has it gone to perfection? No, but no team ever gets 100% of these right, and they don't all turn out the way that we think they should. It doesn't mean that there isn't value in the deal that has been given. It may not just reach the expectations that everybody has for the deal.
They're also saying that the contracts that we are comparing it to are short term. I understand it's a 10-year deal. I mean, I can tell you right now, in year 8 of his deal, I will not be listening to Xander Bogaerts makes too much money talk, because that would be 8 years.
I don't know. Willie Adames got 7 years for the Giants, $182 million. He just woke up last week. First 6 weeks, he couldn't get the ball out of the infield. And he didn't play defense very well, according to the analytics.
Yeah,
I'm just saying there's other guys. All right. And by the way, I was wrong about Jock Peterson. He's hitting 133 with no homers.
Oh.
It's Jock Peterson.
Yeah,
the guy used to slug 25, 30 a year. Who knows?
My guy Brett Boone just showed up as his new hitting coach, though. They all went nuts his first day there. So we'll see.
All right. Good luck with that, Brett. I did. That's a good one. We'll take a break. Skraby's got a big 5 coming up.
Ben and Woods.
Last segment of the day until Roundtable, followed by the Skraby Chronicles.
That's right.
How's the Chronicles been going, buddy?
I haven't done many of them lately because...
Oh, yeah, we've been on the East Coast kind of taking up all your airtime.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I don't want to come back here after Sam does the post game to do the Skraby show.
You think Skrabinator fans tune in at 6:00, hear Jesse and Tony doing the fourth inning of a game and go,
no,
get these bums off of the airway.
No, I definitely don't think so. I definitely don't think so. But it's hard to describe when the Skraby show's on because the schedule is very fluid.
True. But Monday's a big day, though. Skrabinator baseball game at the Odyssey Suite.
Yep.
Petco Park. That's going to be awesome.
I sent out the emails to the winners, so if you signed up for it, make sure you check your inbox to see if you got it.
I got a quick story to tell to share with you guys.
Please.
So Yankee Stadium, I see some familiar faces. You got to remember Aaron Boone used to be the baseball, the Sunday night baseball guy. Like it was his voice. So I saw him quite often. Got to speak with him for a little bit. But my best interaction came with Brad Osmus, former Padre catcher back in the day.
Remember.
And I was sitting chatting with Michelle Margot, who was used to be our sideline reporter. And I made eye contact, but he was about to throw BP. So he walks up to me after BP and he goes, man, seeing you with gray hair makes me feel like really, really old. And I said, I have that effect on folks like yourself who've been around me since I was a little kid. And then he proceeded to tell Dave Sims, who used to be the Mariners
radio
voice, now is the Yankee voice. He was telling them the story about how he tied me up and threw me in the dirty clothes bin. I think I've told this story before. I was popping off. This is when one of my first lessons I learned dealing with big leaguers. I was popping off. And mind you, I'm about 9, 10. I didn't really understand at the time that everybody didn't hit 300. I kind of thought that was like the norm across the board. And this is just, being a kid. I didn't know no better. I just thought that was what everybody did. And so I was giving him a hard time about his batting average at the time. I think he was hitting like 240 or something like that. And let's just say he didn't take too kind to it. And him and another player, Scott Livingston, who was another guy who I was a big fan of they both took, I don't know if it was sanitary socks or if it was athletic tape, but they tied my arms up, they tied my hands up. And this was back in the day where they used to have these big, dirty clothes bins. Like it was like a big bin. And this is about 6:55, 7:05 games. So everybody is already out on the field getting ready for the game, including my dad. So he threw me in his dirty clothes bin, and I was just in there crying until about 7:05, 7:10 when Tony Patrica walked in,
Attaboy, Tony.
Untied me,
saved the day,
hooked me up. And all I was worried about at that point was, please don't tell my dad, because he'll never let me come back ever again.
Right.
And so
for creating a disturbance.
Right. We're driving home. I didn't say anything to him about it, but he turned to me and goes, "Did you learn your lesson today?" I said, "Yep."
You heard.
I said, "Yep." And I never said anything about it ever again. I never went in there, popped off anymore either.
That is a great story. I love how parents always know. They always know.
Well, he was gonna know. Like my dad was, he had already made it known to me. Like, hey, man, this is a livelihood for these guys. It's not a game. So don't come in here. I know it's a game to you, but this is serious business in here. And here I am getting thrown into a dirty clothes. So I thought it was over after that. I was like, I'm never going to be going back.
Speaking of serious business, we don't have time because you got the big five, but I want to call everybody's attention, if you haven't seen it yet, to John Boy Media's breakdown of the Mike Schilt argument with the ump the other night. It is unbelievably funny and good.
It is.
So if you're a Padre fan, you got to see it. Mike Schilt is a.
You want to go? You want to go?
Mike Schilt. It says in Mike Schilt's Wikipedia bio that he is a Christian person. I'm saying that before you watch the video.
I don't know.
Funny, you want to go?
You want to go? I like how the way he tosses his glasses is just so like
every part of it.
I'm ready
good.
To go. I'm ready.
It's all money.
My other favorite thing before we go to you, Skrabe, he's screaming at the home plate umpire, Adrian Johnson, and then happens to bump into the first base umpire, and he goes, "Oh, sorry," and then goes right back to screaming at Adrian Johnson.
And they even kind of showed what Toddy said to Adrian Johnson.
A little bit,
even if you're trying to read his lips, it wasn't that bad.
I was about to say, if that's exactly what he said, Adrian was just being he was tired of being worn out from somebody else.
Right.
Yeah.
Anyway, watch that John Boy Media if you find it on, I guess, Twitter or wherever. It's great. So all Padre fans, don't miss it. Go, Skrabe. Or traffic or whatever.
No traffic. It's not ready, so we're just going to go right into it.
It's that time of the show when we check on the latest in sports. Only the most important topics and questions are brought to light.
Stop what you're doing and listen.
These news stories will astound and amaze you. The one, the only.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
The Big Five starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
All right, we'll see how far we get into the Big Five today, but I think actually we need to start with Paul Pierce since we have been talking about it all day, and I want to make sure we get to it before we head to the end of the show. So I'm going to put up a video. Actually, first I'm going to play what got him into this mess to begin with, because he was on his show Speak for Yourself yesterday with there's a lot of other people on that show, but he was popping off as Tony did in the clubhouse back in the day. And Paul Pierce really, really played this one up. And so here's what he said on the show yesterday.
How confident are you?
If the Celtics lose game 2 at home, I promise you, I'm walking here tomorrow. I'm walking here.
Why you gotta do that?
Wait a minute. I'm walking here 15 miles. I'm walking here.
I don't know.
I love Paul. He's so California.
Get your friends.
No shoes on.
Somebody save him.
Bare feet.
He keeps getting it worse.
The Celtics lose tonight. Oh my God.
No shoes, barefoot.
He didn't go barefoot.
I'm walking here. Take the serious. No.
All right, so he just goes on and on and on. They keep trying to let him off the hook, but he keeps digging in further.
Right.
Well, Celtics lost last night.
Yes, they did.
Yes, they did.
Paul Pierce wakes up and he immediately puts a post up of his map that he mapped out the walking time from his house.
He obviously doesn't live in downtown Boston or whatever.
No, LA.
Oh, it's LA. Okay.
He is 20 miles away. 20 miles
a long
away.
Walk,
that is a very long walk. But to his credit, he did it. And I'm trying. Where did the video go, man?
He did the whole. He
definitely did it.
Really?
He did the walk. It took him forever. He started early this morning.
It says they take the average person about 6 or 7 hours to walk 20 miles.
It's told him 8 hours.
I don't believe that, because a marathon to run is about 5 hours for a not a Olympian sprinter. So to walk have to be long. 8. Yeah. Anyway.
I'm really upset right now.
It's a long walk. He probably had to leave right after the game last night to get into work today.
I know Kevin Garnett stopped by as he was walking at one point.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
Check on him.
All right, so let me try this. This is oh my gosh.
What is going on here, buddy?
We're just gonna go right
here. Tick, 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 tick.
All right. Here is Paul Pierce actually making it there.
I made it, y'all. We made it, y'all. We made it!
You got to give it to him.
Oh my God! They got a wheelchair for you. Oh my God!
They brought
I made it, y'all.
He needed one to use the bathroom once.
He
so
did.
Right here, Joe.
So he sits in the wheelchair. He does this, but the other part of it, I can't find the video, is him. He like live streamed the entire walk there.
He did.
And here's one part of it. I just got to put it up on the screen. I hate this sometimes, but you guys talk for a second, please.
You guys talk for a second.
I'm really struggling with the computer at the moment.
I can ask you, one Tony, of the best parts. Concerned about this. How's your unit? Okay.
Stop.
It's working well, as you can see.
Oh,
I'm talking to you right now.
All right, here it is.
Pull the series out.
Man, it's okay,
This
Skraby. We get the
is
idea.
debacle. This is
He
debacle.
walked 20 miles. Okay.
I had it all set up.
All right.
Hey,
all right, here he is. More walking. I got the video. I got to show it. He's showing his robe. He's literally walking in the morning.
Take it into the. I'm almost gonna make a right. Probably gonna go up into the mountains pretty soon. I'm over here sweating though.
Yeah. Anyway, that was debauchery, but anyway, go ahead.
Hey, I had a funny moment real quick back on this Celtics thing. One of the best moments of the game last night. Right as who got to hit to put the Padres up
yesterday?
Jackson Merrill did.
No, Jackson hit the homer. Then we got
he put him
somebody
up
hit
again.
That's right. In the left center field gap.
Yeah.
Right as the ball is in the air, literally as the Yankees are about to go down by 1,
right.
The place is like gradually building up like cheers. And it was just so funny in real time to like the crack of the bat, the cheers start going up, and it's the Padres that are running. The Knicks, that was when the Knicks got the go-ahead bucket, and everybody's like
going crazy.
Cheering on the Knicks as the Yankees are losing the game at that point.
There's a very funny video also on Twitter. We're messing up your whole Big Five. Sorry, Scrape.
No, it's fine. I think I messed up the Big Five.
Yeah, I was about to
anyway,
say,
there's a funny video that I saw this morning. Hopefully you can find it. It was of about 100 Knicks fans left in TD Garden last night after the game. All their jerseys, they're celebrating in the seats and the stands. And there's one poor security woman who's trying to get them to leave. And it's like, they're not listening. And she is, this is her life, is to get them out of TD Garden. And it's pretty funny because she's trying everything.
You're not about to get a Knicks fan out of there.
And the
Knicks
Knicks
are
like,
point.
you know what, lady, this just isn't going to work. We're just too much in the mood to celebrate.
That is kind of funny.
Yeah.
I remember leaving a Padres game and these people didn't want to leave, and it was kind of weird. It was like, this person's asking you to leave. Why won't you leave the stadium? The game has been over for 2 hours.
Yeah.
Why are you still in the stadium, and why are you not leaving?
I think Knicks fans had every right to party last night.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, let's get into the real stuff.
Number 4,
which is a Skraby type topic. Fernando Tatis Jr., Jake Cronenworth, and Jackson Merrill have all been hit by a pitch this season, and I know it's not really a big deal, but it's getting to a point where I'm starting to get pretty annoyed because it's not on purpose, but it seems like the Padres stars are getting hit often while the other team is just fine. So, Tony, is this just a hang with 'em, or are you going to have to start throwing at people to make them think about it?
No, because people don't like when people throw at other people.
Well, I'm ready for it.
It's very barbaric. I think I've heard before. Here's the problem. This is a conversation that probably needs to be a longer conversation. In the National League, this type of thing didn't happen. You know why it didn't happen?
Because
pitchers had to hit.
Yep.
They had to hit. And so there was a real consequence behind hitting somebody early in the game. You might have to wait until you about to come out, dog, because one of y'all got a hit. And now with the DH, it's kind of like all bets are off, right? A beanball war can go on forever because there are the people who are hitting each other are doing the hitting don't have to pick up a bat. And so, we've had some good conversations here in recent days about the league and DH, not even necessarily DH, just the American League, National League type deal. This is a part of that consequence that, guys, you can't control it as much as you used to because, pitchers don't hit in the National League.
Yeah, I just heard Jackson Merrill scream out in pain on the radio last night, and it was like, this is it! I am done with this! Because Jake Cronenworth missed a month after getting hit in the ribs and breaking a rib.
Alec Jacob, according to my stats here, has hit 4 batters already this year. Michael King and Vasquez have hit 2. Jason Adam, Dylan Cease.
Who are they hitting, though?
I'm just saying the Padres have hit 12 total. So that's a pretty decent amount. They're throwing at somebody.
It's funny how I don't remember
think anybody, and I honestly don't think anyone was throwing at anyone. I don't think Jackson Merrill was being thrown out in that situation last night.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I wish he hadn't been hit because I wanted him to swing the bat there. That was bad luck.
It was. I would like to see someone buzz the tower, hit one of their star players, be like, hey, you can't keep hitting our players. Okay?
Can we also say that Fernando overdoes it when he dives out of the way?
Sometimes.
Okay.
Sometimes.
He flies out of there pretty good.
Sometimes.
And a lot of times the ball's really not that close.
He's just like maybe the most flexible human being I've ever seen in my life.
He is hella flexible.
The guy made a catch last night and then stood up from crossing his legs on the ground. I don't even know how you do that. I don't know how you do it without extending your legs.
He also caught a ball right at the fence last night and then tried to play it off as if he missed it.
See, I had a different take on that.
Oh, you did?
Jesse said the same thing. I thought that he was doing that because my man's arm came right over his vision of sight as that ball was coming into his glove, and he kind of was like, almost like, we're really? That's what we're doing up here?
Okay, I got you. All right, maybe. Yeah, I thought he was trying to deke us all into thinking he missed it.
Julio Rodriguez did it to him one time.
That's the thing. That's because, he had to actually go over the wall so he could deke us. That one that Toddy got, he was just like camped underneath the wall.
Yeah. All right. In a surprising start, we've already talked about the NBA playoffs, but the Celtics did find themselves trailing the New York Knicks 2-0 in their series after last night. This comes after the Knicks rallied from 20-point deficits in the first two games to come away with a pair of narrow victories. Following yesterday's defeat, Celtics forward Kristaps Porzingis explained how dropping the first two games could actually be a positive for Boston. This is a Missoula quote, if I ever heard one. Quote, in a way, it kind of takes all the pressure off of us. If you check the odds, maybe the Knicks are the favorites now to win. End quote. So, Chris, is he right?
By his way of thinking, if they lose two more, all the pressure will be off. Because the season will be
more
over.
pressure.
Yeah, there'll be no more pressure. No, he's not right. Stupid.
This is a Joe Mazzulla question, right?
Yeah,
All right,
yeah,
a response right here for sure.
Yeah, this is totally Missoula. Tony, is he right?
Yeah, no, he's dead. He's dead wrong.
Okay. All right, let's go to. We've already talked about Derek Shelton. We're kind of picking topics at this point, but Tom Glavine was on a podcast recently, and he had a quote that I want to get your guys' thoughts on. He said, if your kid is playing a sport and you've got a coach telling you your kid needs to play year-round because if he does not, the kid down the street is going to pass him by. You need to run from that coach, is what Tom Glavine said. Tony, you're up first. Do you agree with this?
Yes, I do. Depending on how old your child is. Yeah, man, I think people are scared to miss the boat. You know what I mean? They're scared that they're going to they want to keep up with the Joneses. Everybody else is doing that. And so I get it. As a parent, you can get stuck into that world of, man, well, Jimmy down the street is doing it. My kid has to do it too. And I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't. And I'm going to act accordingly with my own son.
Chris?
Tom Glavine's right on the money here, but Tony's right also. The kid's maybe 18 and he's ready to pick up sport, then go at it. But 10, 12 years old.
Yeah.
No, have fun. Go out there. You'll have plenty of time to play, and no one's going to pass you by. They were going to find. I don't care who you are, where you are. If you're a great player, they'll find you.
Oh yeah,
they always do.
I saw a great comment that was, "You run from that coach because all he wants is your year-round money." So.
No, he definitely wants that. They definitely want that.
All right,
it's a racket.
That's it for the Big Five. Tomorrow, Jeremiah Estrada on the show.
Oh, good.
Yes.
Rockies preparing for the Padres by losing the second game 8-1 now in the seventh inning.
Oh, yay.
I'm telling you, they are bad. We'll see just how bad, hopefully, this weekend.
Round table up next. Skraby Chronicles follows. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night.
Yep.
Listen up front. Fire faithful, 97.3 The Fans Padres Roundtable is on the air.
Unbelievable!
It's time to discuss everything going on with the Padres. The 97.3 The Fan crew is here for the most in-depth discussion on the Friars in our weekly Padres Roundtable, delivered by San Diego Roundtable Pizza. And now, here's your host, Ben Higgins.
And we are back. Look at that lineup. We've got 6 of the most handsome gentlemen in all of San Diego lined up for you. Or if you're listening on the radio, you can imagine it. If you're watching on our YouTube stream, you know that's not really the case.
I just got out of hair and makeup. I'm ready to roll.
We are here to talk some Padres baseball, though commercial-free, over the next hour. From my far left, Matt Skraby, Stephen Woods, Paul Reindl, Braden Suprenant, and Chris Ello with you for the next hour. And generally on the Padres Roundtable, I like to keep things a little more general. People are going to be listening to this probably over the next couple of days. But with the Padres coming off maybe their toughest emotional loss of the season last night, 4-3 in 10 innings to the New York Yankees, I want to start with that game in particular. Was just talking with Adam in the hallway as well. The 10th inning, the strategic decisions by Mike Schilt, to play for obviously multiple runs in the top of the inning and then not to walk the runner, JC Escara, in the bottom of the inning to set up the double play, ended up biting the team. Do you feel like, Chris, that Mike Schilt played that incorrectly? Would you have done anything differently in the 10th inning yesterday?
I don't think so. I mean, you had the right guys up there. Fernando struck out, Machado struck out, and then Bogart struck out. Your 3 highest paid players all had a chance to drive in a run. I don't think you can play for 1 run in the top of an inning in extra innings. I think you got to play for more than 1. In the bottom of the inning, you might, after the guy hit the fly ball, you say, well, we probably should have walked him. Yeah. I think I was thinking about that at bat. Escara is the backup catcher for the Yankees. So I think he's thinking along with what the Padres are thinking there. And you got a runner at third with 1 out, and you got Estrada, who has a great, splitter. And I think if he throws the splitter, he probably strikes him out, but he didn't really want to risk the splitter because if it bounces and it gets away, they win the game. And I think Escara outthought him and thought, you know what, I'm going to get a fastball. He was able to get pretty good wood on it and hit it far enough to win the game. So,
and Paulie, the advantage in that situation, while it's almost always with the pitcher, when you're a batter and all you need is a fly ball, you can choke up a little bit. You can change your swing just to make contact in that situation.
Yeah, and that's what makes it so frustrating for the top half of that inning when you just needed something out of the infield. Just do something, and it just didn't work. But I totally agree with what Chris had to say. I think it opens up, it sounds like sour grapes when you're on the losing end of it, but it does open up some discussion on how extra innings are played in Major League Baseball, because it does feel like when you're the road team, at least for me in my head internally, I'm assuming the home team's getting that first guy in from second base. I'm assuming. So you have to play for more than one run. Just didn't work out. And that's just the way it is sometimes. The heart of your order is going to strike out 3 times in a row consecutively every once in a while. It just happened to be at the most critical point of the game, and you end up getting the loss, and it sucks. But for me, that's an easy one to flush and move on from.
And Woods, you brought it up this morning as well. You were kind of in favor of the ghost runner rule when it was developed, but it's definitely showing that it's not the best way to determine a winner of a game, if you're going to extra innings.
Yeah, I was when it happened. I thought, these 16, 17 inning games can be a bit sloggy at times. And I really thought, and the reason that I was so in favor of it was because, hey, we are building a really good team here in San Diego, right? And there's aspirations of playoffs, and there's aspirations of a World Series championship. When you get to the end, let's say you play 10 of those, right? 15 inning games. It's just fewer bullets that your bullpen has. So I thought, man, now that we may be actually talking about pennant races and stuff here, if we can get these games going, get them in, save some bullets for later in the year. You saw how important the bullpen was to the Dodgers last year. You've seen the after effects of the World Series on the Dodgers pitching this year. Relievers are so volatile. I just thought to myself, for a contending team, this actually may be a good thing to get these games done and over with in the 10th.
Matt, would you be in favor of a compromise solution? Perhaps in the 10th inning, you play it straight up with no runners on. Then as, the 11th inning, you put a runner on second. 12th inning, you put a runner on third.
Then it's rock, paper, scissors after that, and then it's over.
Yeah,
12th inning, bases loaded.
Yeah, I agree with Woods, though. You don't want the game to go on forever, but it's so skewed, I think, toward the home team, with that strategic advantage of knowing what the visitors did in the top of the inning, that it really is never going to be a great, fair way to determine a baseball game.
Yeah, I was thinking about this on the drive down, actually. It should be something like that, where you start the 10th with no runners on and see who can win the game outright. Because if you're the home team and the visiting team doesn't score,
it's a dub.
Exactly. The move immediately is to do what the Yankees did, which was bunt, move the guy over to third, take your 2 outs, and try to get him in. So I would like to see maybe 11th, 12th inning putting guys on base, but give the teams a chance to actually solve or to win the game in a real way.
But Brady, nobody wants 17 inning games. Nobody wants, and I think the new rules have helped. I don't see a lot of 16, 17, 18 inning games anymore, but this is starting to feel kind of like a little NFL-ish, where team that wins a coin toss probably going to win the game.
Yeah.
But Braden, would you agree that if you're the visiting team, you can't play for the one run? You can't send Fernando Tatis Jr. out to bunt Brandon Lockridge over to third just to hope you get the one run and then think that's going to be enough in the 10th inning.
No, probably not. Especially with Fernando up. I mean, you got to let that guy swing. If he would have bunted him over, people would have been upset. Why are we bunting Fernando? Yeah. Even though the result would have been more productive than him striking out. But like Chris said, I mean, your top 3 paid guys all struck out in that spot. And the thing is, all those guys that, we talk about Manny, coming up with bases loaded and what his average is and all that stuff. It's like, if you're hitting over 300 in those situations, you're really, really good at it, which means you're going to fail 70% of the time, which means those guys happen to fail during their 70%, those 3 batters that came up. In terms of the overall rules on second base, like I try to view it not as a selfish media member of like having to work the game and understand, like, I don't want to drag through 17 because I have to be here for work and kind of understand it from a fan perspective. There's not a lot of fans that don't love free baseball, but on top of that, my argument all the time was, if you don't want to watch it, turn the TV off and go to bed. You don't have to watch the entire game. And if you're at the game, you can leave. But in terms of the Manfred man, I don't mind what they're doing and speeding up the game. I'm surprised that they haven't decided to do like what hockey does, or like any type of sport that has point systems. You make it to extras, you get a point in the standings, you get a win, you get 3 points in the standings, you do a point system for the standings throughout the year. So if you make it to extra innings, Padres get rewarded for having a tight game, and then you're just trying to end the game as quickly as possible. That's why they have those in those sports when they decide to go 3-on-3 hockey or go to a shootout.
I have a thought. Braden's interesting. Yeah, I know. Look out. That might be too much for the baseball mind to wrap around, but I don't hate that. What I'm waiting for is any manager, and I'll use Schilt and the Padres as an example, to use what they consider to be their lesser reliever to pitch the 9th inning and save Suarez for the 10th inning, because the 10th inning's harder. You have to start with a runner at second base. Nobody really does that. They pitch.
Yeah, but you got to get to the 10th inning.
I get you. But I mean, well, that's what I'm saying. So is that just it?
It's kind of like,
because I would like, they were tied last night. So you pitched Suarez in the 9th. That got you to the 10th. But even if you had gotten the lead in the 10th,
you can't win it in the 9th.
Right.
There has to be a 10th.
There has to be a 10th. So to me, if I get the lead in the 10th, now if I've saved Suarez, I got him. It's just something to think about.
Like you pitched, and we got into this. I got into this last night on Twitter. We can talk about sequence to Trent Grisham, 4 straight changeups, whatever. First time Grisham's homered off an off speed all year. He's been hitting the fastball. That's what he's hit out, 9 times or whatever. Last night again was the first one. It's the I can live at night losing on my best pitch. I can absolutely sleep. I threw my best pitch, missed location, but I threw my best pitch. It's like that, Chris. If you lose with Estrada or Sean Reynolds, you're like, man, I had Robert Suarez right there. I could have gotten us to extras and given us a chance. It's like kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. It is an interesting strategy, but like I want my best guys out there in the toughest spots. But that 10th may be tougher than that night because you got that runner on.
Does the lineup have anything to do with it?
Yeah.
I mean, is it a case by case basis?
Yeah.
If Mike Schilt threw Robert Suarez in the 9th and Xander Bogaerts clears the bases with a double and they're up 3, he's really happy that he pitched Robert Suarez in the 9th and now has a comfortable cushion for Estrada or whoever he wants to bring out in the bottom of the 10th inning. And he had the good hitters coming up. I mean, they probably thought we're probably going to score maybe multiple runs here in the 10th. Yeah, Mike Schilt is playing 3D chess.
I'm sure he's thinking about it.
Yeah.
I haven't seen any manager save their closer for the 10th inning. Not just the Padres. I haven't seen any team do it yet. And I'm thinking somebody will try it.
It's our San Diego Padres Roundtable on 97.3 The Fan, brought to you by San Diego Roundtable Pizza. It really is pizza royalty. And while that was maybe the most frustrating loss of the year, there was also so many positives in that game. Dylan Cease first and foremost, and hopefully he comes out of that healthy with the forearm cramp. The defense was terrific. And then there's Jackson Merrill, the kid who seemingly can do no wrong. Even when he goes on the injured list, he comes right back with 2 big games, a home run. And I just thought, well, let's talk a little bit about Jackson. And now that he's been here for a year, how much have you guys changed your opinion of Jackson Merrill's career floor and ceiling? What you thought he could be and now what you're envisioning. Now he's a 22-year-old. What he can be in his career, Matt, for Jackson Merrill, what's your anticipation now?
It's through the roof. I love this guy. He's just really, really good at all facets of the game. Last year when he was put on the big league club, I was okay, let's see it. Let's see it happen. And then he started hitting home runs, and then he started doing all the things he did. This year it was, can he keep it up? Can he get better? And he already showed that. I mean, the sky is the limit for this guy, and I am so happy that he's locked up on the Padres for a very long time because he is going to contribute each and every day, no matter what he's doing in the game.
Woods baseball is such a tough game. It's hard to find things like that concern you about Jackson Merrill, other than baseball's a tough game and you got to stay healthy. But otherwise, you feel really good about it.
I mean, you're asking about ceilings and stuff. I look at him and I'm like, man, this is a guy I thought would hit 6 home runs a year, and now I'm looking at 30. I'm looking at 30 home run guy, Jackson Merrill, 120 RBI guy. Like, he is the ability to grind ABs like he does, the lefty on lefty, Fried, is nasty. I mean, you saw Fried was so surprised he hit that ball out and furious that he left it there. And Jackson gets the pitches up in the zone. He gets the pitches away. He gets the pitches everywhere. He covers the whole plate. Plays a good center field. It was, how jarring was it to watch him get a bad read on a ball last night? I mean, it was jarring. It was like, whoa, is he okay? Is he concussed? Because he just doesn't happen. He's still learning that position. Don't forget.
Yeah. Braden, I've heard this comp, and it's not an insult, even if it's a little bit Dodger loving, but Freddie Freeman is a real good comp for Jackson.
Their swings are identical.
They are. Really, the left-handed swing is very similar. The baseball savvy is very similar, and I feel like Freddie Freeman's a Hall of Famer, to be. So does that mean Jackson Merrill is a potential Hall of Famer in your mind?
I don't think just because of the comparison to Freddie Freeman. I just think in general. I mean, we talked about it yesterday on my show about who's the most valuable, and I know MVP stands for most valuable player, but when you talk about actual value, who's the most valuable player on this Padres team? I mean, aside from Tatis, I think Jackson Merrill is probably right there neck and neck with Manny. I think you can have multiple debates on that, but the way to watch this kid play, I think the difference for me is, kind of that clutch stat that we don't talk about too much, those high leverage situations where he always seems like he comes through. I mean, last night, he ends up getting hit by a pitch, but the three guys that are the highest paid guys in the team strike out, right? And if Jackson gets a decent pitch, he's probably put one in the gap. I mean, he's been like that all the time. And when you see guys come up to the plate, I think, for the Padres fans, at least for me, you see Fernando come up in a big spot, you're like, okay, I think we got a pretty good chance. Manny, I think you got a pretty good chance. I think you're pretty, like 50-50, trending a little bit towards the south when it comes to Xander Bogaerts. But you got Jackson Merrill up. I'm feeling as a fan, this is going to be a hit. Like, it's not even like a question. He's not going to get a hit. And in fact, it's surprising if he gets out in those particular situations. So with that kind of clutch gene that he has, I think it just makes his ceiling even higher. And so the comparison to Freddie Freeman looks very similar, but I think he can be a Hall of Famer without that comparison.
I agree with you, Braden, in that as a Padres fan, I feel more confident when Jackson Merrill comes to the plate than anyone now, which is kind of crazy. I mean, Tatis
even Toddy?
Tatis is spectacular, but there's a little feast or famine. Obviously, the same with Manny. If I just know I need someone to come through, Chris, and this is weird, I feel the best about Jackson Merrill. And maybe psychologically, he's failed less than anybody else because he's been around less than anybody else. We've seen them all. All of the other guys go through struggles.
He also has a positive track record. We saw it last year several times.
Well, we've never seen anything really negative. I mean, about Jackson Merrill, which is weird in baseball.
It's funny you're bringing this up because when I was doing my swim this morning,
how was that?
It was nice. It's nice. I feel good about it. Thank you, Braden.
You're welcome.
I decided for some crazy reason to go to my all-time Padres starting lineup. I don't know why.
As you're doing the freestyle in the pool?
As I was doing my freestyle in the pool. And I pretty much had decided on everything. And I'm taking a little brush back because I went with Khalil Green at shortstop. And I overlooked Ozzie Smith, but I didn't because Ozzie didn't play most of his career here. But that's another argument. When I got to center field, I didn't really have anybody. Steve Finley. I put Jackson Merrill in. And I said, this is ridiculous. He's played less than a year and a half. But I think we all feel something special with this kid that, it's just going to keep going, and he'll belong in the Padre all-time lineup someday. So why not put him there now?
Kevin McReynolds was good in the 80s, but
Trent Grisham erasure here on this program. It's a rough day to do it.
Cameron Maben is
rough day to do it.
So perhaps we saw Jackson Merrill hit a home run off a lefty in Max Fried, and perhaps the return will help. But one thing that has become clear over these first 30-plus games, Padres' offensive numbers against lefties are across the board lower than they are against right-handers. So let me ask you guys, what lineup change, if any, should Mike Shildt make against left-handed starters? And Paul, I mean, Max Fried is really good. It's not an indictment that you're not putting 6 runs on the board against Max Fried,
Sure.
But should he mix things up a little bit when a lefty is in the lineup? Because he's pretty much doing the same lineups when guys are healthy, righty or lefty. Sometimes he moves Xander up a little bit, but that doesn't seem to be helping.
I think for me, it's still a little early, small sample size to make any drastic changes. I think I really would just keep it going the way they have been. I can't complain with the results too much right now. I know there is some improvement to be made, but if it's overall, it's worked more than it's not. and it's still, I mean, we're a week into May, so I'm not quite ready to make any changes right now.
Woods,
I am.
Woods,
you are. I'm moving Jackson Merrill up to the 2-hole ASAP. I want him getting as many ABs as he can. He's not wasted in the 4 or 5, but I'm moving him to the 2. I'm going Toddy, Merrill, Manny. I'll put friggin' Luis Ariz at cleanup. I really will. The days are gone of, the big slugger in the 4-hole. Luis Ariz is a contact guy. You need contact from your 4-hole hitter. You need a guy that doesn't K a lot. He doesn't. I have no problem. If I need to go lefty, righty, lefty, if I want to stick to that matchup, I have less than any problem putting Luis Ariz in the 4 instead of the 2 and moving Jackson Merrill up simply because I want him getting more ABs.
Yeah, Matt, I agree.
Toddy back-to-back is nasty.
And I agree with Woods, Matt. I don't want to wait until 4th to see Jackson Merrill back anymore. Whether it's 1st or 2nd, I want him getting up more often, more of the time.
I was actually thinking that, I do like Jackson Merrill in the 2. I didn't even consider moving Luis Ariz down, but I considered moving Jackson Merrill to 3 and putting Manny at 4. I know we want Manny to get his at-bats. I know that Manny is on a hot streak right now. But Jackson Merrill is the guy who seems to be doing a lot more with his at-bats than other guys, and I know that he missed a ton of time. But I never even considered the 2 spot, and that would be pretty nasty going Fernando right into Jackson Merrill, into Manny, and then Luis Ariz. That is pretty dangerous.
Hey, and if you want to get funny, hey, a righty's on the bump. Great. Merrill's my leadoff hitter, and Toddy's my 2-hole. You know what I mean? Like, there's all kinds of stuff you do. Schulte's not a big tinkerer. He doesn't tinker very much, even when we're in the midst of 24 scoreless innings. He's sticking to his lineup. I don't know if that's a good thing or bad thing.
He doesn't like to tinker, which is why he might probably keep it. If he'd made any changes, it would stay righty, lefty, lefty.
And I know, Braden, that a lot of praise was given to Fernando Tatis Jr. about his discipline, but at the leadoff hitter, he loves swinging at that first pitch. I don't really love that from my leadoff guy. I wouldn't mind putting Ariz back there, even if it's lefty, and you go Ariz, Merrill, because he's Ariz, lefty or righty. It doesn't make a huge difference. And then move Tatis back to the 3-hole. I mean, then you're kind of lefty, righty, but
it's just you get the more ABs. It's more at bats for your best hitters, I think.
I hate that idea, Ben. All right. I absolutely hate that idea. I mean, the lineup I put out before opening day of what I would like to see is what Woods just said. I like Fernando leadoff spot, more ABs. He's dynamic. He does a lot of scary things. I think people are afraid of him. I don't think people are afraid of Luis Ariz. The only time I'm afraid about Luis Ariz is with people on base because he's going to get hit. With nobody on base, he gets a single, sick. It's like walking the guy. I mean, I'm not that afraid of him. He also clogs up
the bases. He's not.
Yeah, right. So I like having Fernando lead off because it's just so dynamic. Right now, he's obviously trying to do a lot. Right, he's doing too much. I think the low strikes getting called on him is affecting him a little bit. He's going to swing, like he said, to the media a couple of days ago. He's going to swing his way out of it, and that's what you're going to have to wait for him to do. But I'm not worried about him in the 1 spot. I love Jackson in the 2. I think with those 2 guys at the top is not only do you have scary power, but you got fast guys on the bases. You got players that are dynamic that, again, like Wood said, getting them up as many times as possible. I think 3 or 4 could be Luis Ariz or Manny Machado. If you have Luis bat in the 3 spot, then you're waiting till the 2nd inning potentially for Manny. And the cool thing about Ariz being 4 is if 1, 2, 3 do get out, then you lead off with Ariz like you would do normally. So the lineup that Woods was talking about, I totally agree with. I said it before, but Fernando leadoff, Jackson 2, or Manny 3, Ariz 4. I think you can't really go too wrong with that.
Look at what the Dodgers do. They got 3 MVPs. Where do they hit them? Right. 1, 2, and 3. They don't mess around. They're not moving guys. Like it's 1, 2, and 3.
bats lead up for the Braves, or Toddy bats lead up for the Dodgers. You're starting to see it at all levels of baseball right now in college. Get your best player up there as many times as possible.
As many ABs as you can get them.
Matt Scraby politely raised his hand because
That's
he wants
what I
to
do.
chime in. Matt,
is Fernando locked in? Like, is this something that he just wants to have happen leading off every single game?
He didn't want it to happen, if I recall. He didn't.
I thought he did like to be the lead.
He does. He likes it now.
He likes it now.
Yeah, now he loves it.
So is there even like a thought that they can? I mean, we're not moving him, but is there a thought that they can move him, or is he just locked in because that's where he wants to be?
I think you can't ever lock anybody in for a season in baseball anymore. I mean, lineups are so fluid nowadays. I don't expect Fernando Tatis Jr. to lead off, 162 all the way through.
I kind of do.
You really do.
I kind of do.
Every game that he's in, I think he's leading off.
I kind of do. I think
the
if he's
leadoff
healthy, I think he's your leadoff hitter.
That is not the rule though. That's breaking the rule in baseball now.
Oh yeah.
Because
I mean, again, is it because
you have teams that have 162 games and 162 different lineups.
For sure. I mean, but you think about, like I just said, the Dodgers, they roll 1, 2, 3 most at the same time. If those guys are all healthy, they're ready. It's Shohei, Mookie, Freddie, or some iteration of. And I think, your best player getting the most ABs is what you want in this day and age. Trust me, as an old head, a little bit of an old head, it still blows my mind. I was telling my 7-year-old the other day, the way they used to do it was you had your fast guy, then a pretty good contact guy, then your best hitter, and then the big slugger, and then a pretty good slugger, then an okay slugger, then an average, another contact guy, then your catcher, then your pitcher, and then your two worst guys, 8 and 9. Bro, I mean, it just does not happen. Trent Grisham was lights out, and he was batting in what, the 8? He lead off, he hits 8. Like, they mix it up like crazy there too sometimes. So
can you imagine a time travel machine? You go back to 1985 and show somebody that Kyle Schwarber has been a leadoff hitter. Like they would lose their mind.
They would pass out. It's a 4-hole. He's in the 4-hole. He's got to be the 4-hole hitter.
That would be a fun exercise, taking some of the great teams in the past and reworking
the lineup.
For 7-3, the Fan Padres Roundtable, presented commercial-free by San Diego Roundtable Pizza. It's pizza royalty. All right, no roundtable draft today. We're going to try something a little bit different. Today, we are starting Padres buy or sell. This is a new feature where I will give you a Padres player, and you are going to consider them as a stock. You tell me if you want to buy, thinking their value is going to go up as the season goes on, or sell, thinking their value is high and their value may go down as the season goes. And today's buy or sell.
Are there any tariffs involved?
There's no tariffs.
Okay.
Chris, I'll let you go first for that comment. Gavin Sheets, buy or sell on Gavin Sheets going forward?
I buy Gavin Sheets right now, but I would sell when he's batting 6th against left-handed pitching. And again, when you just said the left-handed pitching thing, I don't think he can DH consistently against lefties. I don't know who you have to put in. You've sent down Connor Joe and Campusano, and you've cut Yuli Gurriel. So I think that's a spot that needs addressing.
That's part of the reason they've struggled against lefties. I think
so.
Gurriel struggled. Gonzalez hasn't done it. Iglesias is struggling now from the right-handed side. They just aren't getting anyone. Sheets, by the way, is hitting 278, 4 homers, 14 runs batted in, 786. He certainly overperformed what any of us have expected, Paul. Can we continue to expect that or better going forward? Buy or sell?
Yeah, so it's weird. I'm kind of in the middle. Like I buy.
It's a hold.
Yeah, I'm holding that.
It's a diamond hands.
Like I buy in the sense that I do think there is a place for him on this team, and he deserves his shots. But we kind of saw it with the everyday opportunity. It wasn't working out very well. He wasn't looking comfortable, couldn't really get into a groove. So I'm selling on him being like an everyday part of the lineup, but I'm buying on that's a guy that you want on your bench. You want a guy on your roster. So I guess I'm holding.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want this to seem as like a knock, Woods, on a player if you say sell, but with Gavin Sheets, if someone, said, another GM fell in love with Gavin Sheets, and we need his left-handed bat in our lineup, and we'll give you a top prospect for him right now. If I'm AJ Pro, I'm jumping at that. I'm selling because I don't know that Gavin Sheets is going to do better than a 786 OPS going forward.
Yeah, we're not really in a position to get rid of any of our guys that are playing well at this point for a top prospect. But, I'm buying on Gavin Sheets. I do think, Chris makes a good point. You sent down Campy, who kind of some people thought, and I think some people in the organization thought, all right, he's figured it out a little bit. Didn't have a good 14 at-bats or whatever he had. It's 14 at-bats. Like, somebody's going to need to hit against left-handed pitching from the right side in the designated hitter spot. Use that spot to get Manny off his feet. Then you got Jose Iglesias in the lineup. I mean, what do? Do you just use it as a rotator to get guys off their feet? Maybe. But at this point, getting another right-handed bat, somebody that could play left field, I'll buy on Gavin Sheets for now. I think there is more to come with him. I see some good swings from him. I really do. I see a good approach a lot of the time. I like what I see from Gavin Sheets. Got a couple of hits off some tough lefties too. Like he's I'm buying on him.
Braden, where do you temperature wise on Gavin Sheets here?
Well, the part of the exercise is like, we think he's going to be better or worse than what he is right now. I'd probably sell. But I don't think he's going to be much worse than he currently is. He's off to a good year. I think to ask him to do anything more than he's already doing right now is going to be a tough ask for the Padres. If it works out, that's great. But I'm more in line with where Paul's saying, kind of hold. But if I had to buy or sell, and that's my only options, I'm probably going to sell.
I mean, I really like him as a 7-hitter.
Yes.
God, I don't like him as a 2-hitter.
No.
I don't like him as an any hitter against lefties, though, and even though he got a couple of hits.
Yeah, and they may need to address that later. Maddie, have you done buy or sell yet?
Man, he's a tough player.
He's going to buy because he was blown away when we interviewed him at spring training of just how massive this guy is.
Oh, Gavin Sheets is a big human being. I'm going to buy as long as he's in the second half of the part of the lineup, because we've already seen what happens when he gets moved up into the top half of the lineup. It's not good. He's exposed there, but I'm going to buy because I do think that he has something there. Like Wood said, he has good at bats. He has the power. I'm just not willing to give up on him yet.
Afternoon show with the end of day buy and sell from the stock market.
Yeah, there you go. Now, as we hit the halfway part of our show today, I got a question that I think is going to require a little bit of reflection for everybody. And I don't want this to seem condescending, but in our role as hosts and talking to so many fans and talking about the team all day long and on social media, you get a sense of where the fan base kind of lies on the team. So the question is, what do you think is the biggest misperception about this San Diego Padres team shared by a large number of Padres fans, where you feel like the fan base kind of gets it wrong about the San Diego Padres? And I'll start then, just as you guys think about it, because
bold segment idea to just say you're all stupid.
It's not, but
alienate ourselves.
But something that's frustrated me, especially these past 2 days, is the immediate hate on the bullpen as soon as they give up.
Oh God!
And how quickly
we forget.
It seems as though fans will turn on a reliever for having a Jason Adam for missing a pitch, for an Adrian Morejon has really been good for an extended period of time. Even a Wandy Peralta, and I understand the skepticism about Wandy Peralta. He was bad last year, been really solid this year, and the role that he's being asked, hey, try to get a ground ball when you come in. You've got that tool. It's not always going to work for any pitcher, especially relievers in the back end of your bullpen, but you need those guys. And the Padres have put together what I think is an outstanding pen, one that I wouldn't probably trade any team in baseball for their pen. And I
People
feel
are
like
calling it a weapon that they have.
I that's what I think too. And in just a couple of days' time, Chris, it just feels like everyone's turned on the Padres bullpen if your name's not Robert Suarez, essentially.
They gave up 11 earned runs out of the bullpen the first 34 games. Gave up 13 the last 2 games. So I see why people are a little frustrated. But they made it look automatic with a lead in the 7th, 8th inning that the game was over. It's never automatic, and now we've been reminded of that. But no, I don't. The quick, ability for fans to, change their tune based on one game, that's not surprising to me. But where I think the fans miss the most is just on Bogaerts. I'm just going to, we could open a whole nother can of worms with this, but blaming him for everything that's wrong with this franchise,
I'm gonna get so many.
It's just getting annoying to me. So that's the thing I think everyone misses on.
Braden?
On top of that, and every time I defend Bogaerts, it's not more so that I'm telling you like he's an all-star for the Padres, because he's not. It's more to me the general term of like the perfect roster that the Padres will never have. And I think a lot of fans just think that anytime one player seems to be not playing up to expectations or his contract, the Padres can go out and replace him with the best player in that position.
Right.
Like it's so easy to do, where the reality is, look, the Padres spent a lot of good money and they've invested in the team, but the Padres are still not like the Dodgers who can buy their way out of problems. Like they've hit, I think, on Manny. I think they hit on Fernando. I think so far it's hitting with with Jackson Merrill, some of these big contracts that they've handed out. And you know what? They're bound to get one that's probably not going to work out in Xander Bogaerts. And the thing is, if you're the Dodgers, you can go buy your way out of it and go replace him with somebody else and eat the money. If you're the Padres, you can't necessarily do that, even though a lot of people would like to see that. So for me, it's the perfect roster that is so unobtainable and will never happen that leads to all these arguments of the bullpen, of Xander Bogaerts, and I think a lot of the problems that we have.
And I'm sorry, I shouldn't interrupt, but I will, because I'm old enough to do so, I think. No, I was just going to say that Bogaerts is playing with his contract. I haven't heard one complaint about Yu Darvish, who sat out almost all of last season. We don't know why, and hasn't pitched at all this season. He also was signed to a gigantic contract, et cetera. That's just another thing to think about.
Well, I think, Woods, that sometimes fans don't seem to realize that other teams have as many problems or more than the Padres do.
Yeah.
Even the Dodgers have problems at the bottom of their lineup, in their bullpen with injuries. The Yankees, do you think Yankees fans are excited about having Vivas, in the lineup almost every single day?
The Dodgers employ Austin Barnes and
if they could have Xander Bogaerts for free, putting it right there, they wouldn't in an instant
Chris
add
Taylor
him to their
is
lineup.
still on the Dodgers.
They would do that. Other teams have plenty of holes, most of them more than the Padres do. Padres aren't perfect, but no baseball team is.
The thing for me, to answer your question, Benny, is I cannot stand they're disinterested. I'll tell you, man, I've seen the Padres look disinterested before. I have not seen the Padres look disinterested since Schulte took over. I haven't.
That's a fact.
I will defend that. He just looked like he didn't care. Bro, if that's what you're seeing from this team on a night in, night out basis, I can't help you. I cannot. You're eating paint chips, man. You really are. Like
you got Xander Bogaerts admitting that he's making adjustments in the middle of at bats, which is psychotic, by the way.
Right.
And we're sitting there going like, he doesn't care.
That's I don't get. I've never gotten that. Honestly, like I've seen disinterested Padres baseball. I've seen it. We've seen it. We covered this team for a long time, Benny. I haven't seen it in a while, and that's what bums me out. Oh, Manny or Toddy looks like he didn't even care that bad. Bro, I promise you, those guys want to succeed. Just got into it with our boss here, not Adam. He's like, Manny's got to come through. Manny's got to come through. He blew it on Tuesday and Wednesday. I go, what do you do on Monday? Well, he came through with a hit. I go, all right, so in clutch situations, what was he? He was 1 for 3. That's 333. You know where that gets you? Cooperstown. And he just walked away.
He's still going to fail 70% of the time.
He walked away. You don't get it. I go, no, I get it.
You can't do it every time.
This game's hard.
Every time.
It's hard. They care. Nobody wants to come through more than Manny and Xander and Toddy and all those guys. I love this team. I love them. And I really see effort from them on a nightly basis. I really do. And I see the sheer desire to win. You're not going to go 162-0. You're not going to bat 1,000 in the ninth inning in clutch situations. It's just not going to happen.
The Schulte factor is interesting. Can you imagine a relief pitcher telling Mike Schulte, no, I don't pitch the 8th inning?
Right.
Yeah, I'm good.
No, I've already pitched 2 days in a row. I'm not going out there.
These guys are grinding. So. They're grinding for wins, man. They are. They're trying. I don't see a lack of effort. So I really don't like they look disinterested. It's a long season. You could absolutely understand in a 12-3 game going, all right. Which I have no problem with. At that point, I don't care. But these guys are in. They don't get blown out. Now, they don't blow a lot of teams out. They don't get blown out very much. That shows me this team is fighting, man, every single day.
Yeah, it's baseball. So every day there's always going to be something you're concerned about. Yesterday it was the bullpen. Another day it might be Xander's defense at short. But overall, Matt, there's not a lot of major concerns right now with the Padres. There's always the background concerns. Will the starting pitching hold up?
Will they slug more
of the season? Yeah. Can they get some more home runs? But in terms of the big picture, it's pretty solid right now for the Padres. And I just hope fans kind of understand that.
Extremely solid. The one thing that I can't stand when I get my DMs is that you're shilling for the team or you're not telling the truth. You're not revealing the full picture. It's like, what am I not revealing that you want to hear? Because I cannot crush this team for things when they're 28 and
10 over 500, 23 and 12.
Like the beginning of the season has been awesome. So I don't know why people are complaining. The other thing that we get a lot is just DFA. Just DFA him.
Right.
Everybody wants to be DFA'd. And one thing I will say to fans is look up some stats before you come at me, because you're telling me Wandy Peralta sucks. And then you look up his stats and he gave up 2 runs before that night. So it's just a lot of hot takes out there.
Bullpen's great, but this guy sucks. This guy sucks. This guy sucks.
I
this
don't
guy
understand
sucks.
it.
Was it very good then, or not?
Can't we just be happy that this team's winning?
You don't get to 23-12 with luck. You don't. It takes some skill and it takes some execution. And the last 2 nights, the execution has been off. I think the processes have been fine. I think they've been beyond fine. But the execution has been off. And Adrian Morejon's sinker wasn't sinking. Gave up some soft singles. And next thing you know, the game's out of hand. Jason Adam goes with his best pitch, floats in the inner half. Grisham puts it out. But the processes have been great. It's sometimes execution falters, and I do believe in this. I'll say this right now. I believe in this team tenfold more than I did the very first roundtable we did. Tenfold. That's what they've inspired me to feel after 35 games or whatever, however many games they played. Tenfold. That's how much more I believe in them.
I would like to refine my answer. Basically, just say people who give up on the team after one bad day.
But they never
one
give
bad
up.
Play.
They never give up.
No,
They're always bad.
They don't. But they're in my DMs telling me that they're done with this team, and I know that they're not telling me the truth. But the reaction is so strong sometimes.
It's funny to hear him say that, because this
come
is
a
the
long
guy.
way.
Reactor.
No, he's the guy that used to always say this to Tony and I when they'd lose a game.
I used to be the overreactor.
I've learned, Chris.
Okay,
I've
good.
learned.
It's called wisdom.
It's our 97.3 The Fan Padres Roundtable, brought to you by San Diego Roundtable Pizza. It really is pizza royalty. And I was so surprised last week when we got near the end of the program, and y'all brought up that I didn't have a 7th inning stretch.
Yes.
I thought maybe you'd be relieved, but you seem to miss it. So it's coming back this week, a little break from our baseball topics. And I picked this one specifically for a day that Tony Gwynn Jr. was not around to embarrass us.
Oh, no.
We are going to go down the line. I want to know what each of you considers your personal single greatest athletic accomplishment from any stage of your life.
Oh, I love
and this is more for the humor value than the actual sports value. There was one college pitcher here among us in Chris Ello. Matt, what was your biggest sports achievement?
I know exactly where I'm going to go with this. I've said it many times when I used to do a podcast with 2 former NFL players. The thing was, I had a really, really nice sack in high school.
Nice.
I came off the edge.
Sorry, you had a what?
Just
A nice.
sorry.
He said a nice sack.
Pause.
Quarterback sack.
Pause.
Quarterback sack. I should have said that. I came off the edge, unblocked. And the best thing was I heard the guy go, "Oh!" as I hit him, and then I felt, and I stood up, and I was like, "Yeah!" And I realized the play was still going on, or not. The play wasn't still going on, but no one was really cheering with me. I was just cheering by myself. But that was my biggest accomplishment, was 1 quarterback sack in high school.
Your nice sack is your biggest accomplishment.
That's right. Only in high school, though. It's only when he was in
You're
high
still playing adult baseball to this day.
Yeah.
What would you consider your top athletic achievement?
Probably about 10 years ago, I played all 9 positions in one game.
Yeah.
Which was awesome. And I did it in order. Started on the mound, caught the second, went all the way around. I still have the baseball from that. It just says all 9 on it. I've hit a couple bombs that feels better than anything I've 9 in a game. Was my greatest athletic achievement.
Paulie Reindl played multiple sports in high school.
Yeah, I would have to say just dunking a basketball.
Oh yeah,
that's pretty impressive.
That is really impressive.
I didn't hit a lot of home runs, but that's a great feeling. Hitting a drive 375 down the middle feels great. Dunking a basketball was something I was really like. I was always close, but I couldn't palm the ball and get a good grip on it. I could jump up and grab the rim and hang on the rim. I just couldn't get high enough to get the ball up and over. And finally, I was feeling pretty good. It was I was totally cherry picking. I played no defense. I was hanging out towards the half court line than the 3-point line. And as soon as we got a ball, I was gone. And I just every bit of lack of athletic ability that I had, it took to get up there and barely put it down. It was such a fun feeling.
That is awesome.
All right, Braden, your top athletic achievement.
I mean, from a softball perspective, I do like backpicking people. Chris sees that sometimes at the Sportsplex. But I hit a home run one time in club baseball in college, which is cool. But to me, the without even knowing it, the last ever football game I played, I was able to have I had a tackle on kickoff where it was just me coming down, and they had a lead blocker and the guy returning the ball, and I blew up the lead blocker into the returner for a tackle that pinned him back on the 9-yard line. I got a fumble recovery that game. I got a pick that game. Probably the best game I've ever played in my high school football career. And the next week we were supposed to play. We had an ineligible self-reported player. I'm still upset with CIF to this day about the technicality of just never being able to play football again. But then we had to forfeit the playoffs at that point. So that was my last ever football game that I played, went out on top, didn't even realize it until, years after. I'm like, well, that was the last game I played. That's a nice way to go out. And a lot of kids that I coach, man, you tell them every day, like this, play like your last, and you never know when that's going to be. And I was fortunate enough to not know that was my last game and have a really good game. So that's my prime.
It's amazing how proud we are of such minor achievements. Now, Chris, you actually played with some real big time names when you were in college. Yeah. Bud Black.
Bud was a little before me, but
okay. I was going to say, how old are you?
Pretty old.
Casey Stengel and you playing catch. It's amazing.
As Skraby says, I was on the train rides with Babe Ruth.
I was going to say.
That was a highlight.
How was it trying to strike out Honus Wagner?
Yeah, he's tough. You got to get it hit the corner. As a pitcher, the one thing that jumped to my mind was in an adult Sunday game, I homered down the line at Morse High School, right down the right field line. It's about 202 feet. Yeah. Just dropped over the wall. But I will say, running around those bases, that's the only time I ever did that. But
did you get the silent treatment after?
I don't remember. I was so excited.
You black out.
Yeah,
full blackout. You have no recollection.
But it's a distant second to accomplishing what I did in 1998, which was run a marathon.
Wow!
I don't think I'll ever approach something like that again. And preparing for it for 6 months and actually accomplishing it, that's amazing. That stands out.
Amazing.
Sarah's 74-year-old mom's running a 1year-mile race right now.
Okay, as we speak.
Yeah, there are people who can put marathons to shame.
She ran 25. She ran 30 miles yesterday. 30.
Why?
All right. And finally, I mentioned it before. I played Division III college golf, and I cannot stress what a pathetically low level of golf that is. Where
still better than most of us.
I mean, we were playing teams that, like Caltech, they were lucky if anyone broke 100 in any of their matches. So it was as low as it got. I played 3 seasons, very mediocre. Finally, senior year, I was doing okay, and then we got to the conference tournaments, 2 conference tournaments, and I won one of them with a 70, 2 under par.
Woo, nice.
And then in the conference championship, 36 holes at Brookside, the course that's the parking lot for the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, I shot, I think it was 73, 75, and I finished tied for 3rd. And we got back, and they did the end of conference awards, and I was blown away when one of the coaches who was announcing said, and second team, all Southern California Intercollegiate Athletic Conference, Ben Higgins from Pomona Pitzer.
Yeah.
And I was like, holy cow, I just made an all-league team. I'm not even an athlete. That was.
Do you have a trophy?
I did have I had a ribbon, actually.
Oh, wow.
Second team, all conference.
Can we go down the line, speaking of golf? How many hole-in-ones do you have, if any? You do have one.
One all-time was 3 years ago at Goat Hill.
Okay.
That's it.
I'm a 0.
I'm a 0.
1,
0. Woods
so
has
we have
one,
2
too.
ones. Okay.
2 hole-in-one.
Now,
That's
real quick,
hilarious.
this is probably a question for Chris or Skraby. What would Tony have said? And I hope it's not the knock against Trevor Hall.
Probably.
You know what? I hate to tell you, that does stick out. He mentions that it's a highlight for him.
How can he not?
I hate to tell
it's a
you.
huge
Not an
highlight.
inside the park home run?
You have moments like getting
2 of
drafted
those.
or
I know.
getting signed or whatever. But like, I was trying to think, and I'm like,
No, hitting.
I'm going to tell you,
Trevor.
That's it.
I think that's a big one, but I'm gonna give you one that he may come up with. His last high school basketball game at Poway High, he hit a half-court shot at the buzzer to win the game.
Wow.
It was carried off the court. I'm pretty sure he mentioned that.
Tony
somewhere.
would play in the NBA over baseball in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
He would probably bring that one up. Also.
All right, so 97.3 The Fan Padres Roundtable brought to you by San Diego Roundtable Pizza. It really is Pizza royalty. Looking ahead, Padres heading to Colorado. Woods is shaking in his shoes over there. The Padres take on the Rockies. But I want to center on the Rockies for a second. I mean, it must be tougher right now to be a Rockies fan than any other fan base in baseball. You're in a division where all other 4 teams look like they're pretty much all in to make the playoffs, and there's not much you can do at this point. You're rebuilding. You've got nothing to cheer for. You're 6-29. Chris, I know you'll have some thoughts on this. If you were a Rockies fan, Woods, what would you want your team to try to do right now at this point in time?
I really would want them. I mean, it's kind of hard. You won 6 games so far this season, but I'm telling you, man, anybody with value, I'm just going to try the rebuild hard, like the hard rebuild. Young prospects, as many of them as I can get, maybe the little bit of the Baltimore Orioles way right now, and anybody with any value, that I don't see as part of even a playoff, even a 500 contending team. You got to go, and I'm going to start grabbing up as many prospects as I can, and then down the road, you use those for capital if you need, and develop them. But it really needs like a complete organizational overhaul at this point.
Yeah, Braden, the tough part is if you're in football, you tank for a quarterback and you hope to jumpstart the rebuild, but you can't even really do that in baseball. Sure, they're going to get the first pick, maybe the second pick if the White Sox struggle, but that's not going to fix your team, not at least for several years. What do you do right now if you're the Colorado Rockies playing in the NL West?
And there's a lottery now in baseball, right? So like they're not even guaranteed one of the top picks.
They add the lottery now too. Yeah, they did.
Yeah, they have the lottery now, so they don't even get guaranteed a number 1 pick. So I do exactly what anything that's not tied down to the ships getting thrown overboard 100%. Right now. I mean, and I'm talking about even young players. I mean, you start looking at some of the guys that they have up, like a Michael Toglia. Is he part of your plans in the next 5 years? I mean, by the time you can get good, Michael Toglia is going to need a new contract. Yeah. You might as well ship him off and just start shipping off everybody you possibly can. And now here's the thing. We've talked to people, and I got friends and family in Denver. They go to Rockies games regardless of how good they are because they like the park and they think it's a cool place to be. So I don't think you're going to piss off too many people aside from maybe some diehards, but you got to go long haul flip like the Orioles did.
You need that generational player. That's an organization that had guys that had some generational type players when they first burst on the scene. Benny, think about some of the great players that have come through Colorado. You need to find that Todd Helton. You need to find that Dante Bichette, the Larry Walker. You need to find those guys again, and they haven't done it. They have some solid players, guys that I would love, to grab for the San Diego Padres, certainly. But I would be trying to restock.
Paulie, how long has Dick Manfort owned the team?
Owner? I mean,
have they been competitive since he's
not
been
really? No, I mean, it's so much more easy to stomach, even if it's football. Guess what? You go, you do your tailgate party, you get your grill. Your team loses. It's only 8 home games
once a week.
It's once a week. That's 81 home games of this is just got to be miserable.
Isn't the run differential like minus 90 or something?
I think what they need to do, having watched them a little closer than most people, because my family and wife's from Denver, the Rockies were relevant one stretch of time in their existence, and that's when they crushed the baseball. They have spent the last 20 years trying to build a pitching staff.
Yes.
They have drafted all pitchers. They've signed all pitchers. And guess what? They all suck. Because nobody can be a good pitcher in that ballpark. I think we've come to the realization by now.
They had fool's gold that 1 year and they re-signed
maybe
everybody.
Yeah, right. But look, you can pitch one good game there, but you can't do it for a whole season. So if I was the Rockies, yes, develop young players, trade whoever, but I would start going back to try to find 6 or 7 mashers. That Ellis Burks hit 40 home runs, batting 8th 1 year. Just try to outscore teams, beat their pitching staffs up like you used to.
Use your park to your advantage.
Right. Do what you do best.
Like the Yankees do.
Instead of trying to do what you do worse.
But didn't that, even if you're winning games 10-8 earlier in the season, doesn't that wear down your pitching staff so badly by the end of the year?
Everyone hated coming to Colorado at all.
And you got to play 81 road games.
But you were I don't know. The pitching thing hasn't worked. They don't have any pitchers,
take 2 out of 3
so I would try the other.
Well, Padres won 5 games against the Rockies last year. They can match that or even surpass it in the first 2 series this year, and everything is lined up for the Padres. The Rockies have to play a doubleheader Thursday going into that series. I mean, this is one of those, like, I think, sneakily important series, Woods, for the Padres coming up.
Man, it always is. And anytime you play the lesser thans, and they're about as lesser than as it gets, you have to handle business. And it's weird to say, but, winning 2 out of 3, I'll be like, why didn't we win the third? You got to start tomorrow night. Randy Vasquez, like Chris just said, I don't know how you approach a start if you're Randy Vasquez.
I mean, a guy who pitches to a lot of contact
I know,
Coors
man.
Field isn't necessarily the recipe for success.
It's not my favorite. It's not my favorite series.
He's never my favorite.
It's not my favorite, but you do need to handle business. If you handle business in Colorado, you have just had a really successful road trip. Those 2 losses in New York notwithstanding. That's a first-place team. They're really good. And you played hard in 2 of those 3 games.
I do think having a good defense
2 2/3
is underrated at Coors. You're not getting
imperative.
to every ball.
You can't give up any extra outs.
Having some speedsters, and the Padres do have, I think, a well-built defense for Coors Field. Not many errors. They get the balls in the outfield. That's kind of a good recipe for success in that ballpark.
Brandon Lockridge is starting in left field for me every game. I mean, every single game, he's my left fielder. Jackson's in center. Toddy's in right. I'll take what I get from him offensively, but B-Lock's out there for the next 3 for me.
I know we're wrapping up, but welcome back, Jake Cronenworth.
Yes.
That's right.
Yeah, good to see Crony back. Nice soft landing spot. Colorado, get some balls in the gap.
And I just got a call from the people from Denver. The folks on the Rockies roundtable would like to change places with us for a month.
I'm sure they're trying to fix the Padres right now.
Discussions every week.
Oh my God.
We will be back next week. Padres will be in the middle of another American League homestand against the Angels and the Mariners coming to town for the Vetter Cup. So we will talk to you next Thursday morning at 10 a.m. for another commercial-free roundtable. Again, it is presented by San Diego Roundtable Pizza. It really is pizza royalty. And the Padres kind of need to make hay. We went through the schedule over this next month or so. This is the time where the Padres can really build up some wins against teams that are at the bottom of the standings. But it's baseball. It doesn't always work as simply as you'd like it to work out. All right, that is it for us. For Matt Skraby, for Stephen Woods, Paul Reindl, Braden Sprenet, and Chris Ello, I'm Ben Higgins. Should have Tony Gwynn Jr. back with us next week as well. Thank you all for joining us today on our 97.3 The Fan Padres Roundtable, presented by San Diego Roundtable Pizza.